Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. We will now do the standard practice. I'll now bow to my right and I'll bow to my left. Thank you very much. I now request delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Be seated. Honourable members, allow me to begin by reminding all delegates that the rules apply, and so do processes for the hybrid city. I would also like to make the following announcements: that delegates who are physically in the chamber must connect to the visual platform, as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber's system. That they must switch off the sound of their gadgets. They must ensure that the microphones and the gadgets are muted and remain muted at all times. They must use the floor microphones. They must wear face masks at all times. They must occupy seats marked for that purpose. At all times, they must maintain a social distancing, a distancing of at least 1.5 meters from one another. The delegates must switch off on their videos if they want to speak and or address the chair. Any delegates who wishes to speak must use the raise your hand function or icon. All delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat rooms. Honourable delegates, I have been informed that there'll be no notice of motion or motions without notice. And that being the case, we'll therefore proceed and move on to the first order of the day. Consideration of the National Gambling Amendment Bill and report of Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment, and Labor thereon. I now call on Honourable M.I. Khai, Chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the committee report. Honourable Khai. Honourable Khai, please proceed.
Chair, in the absence of Honourable Khai, I will proceed. Muiman here, Honourable Chairperson.
Yeah, please proceed, Muiman.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, the National Gambling Amendment Bill is one of the bills that were not finalized by the 4th Parliament. It was revived by the National Council of Provinces in the 6th Parliament and referred to the Select Committee. The report that we are tabling at the beginning outlines the purpose, one which is to amend the National Gambling Act number 2004, of 2004, and to provide procedure for forfeiture of unlawful winnings. 2, to provide for the quorum to make a final decision in the second meeting with the majority of members present. 3, to ensure that there is dissolution of the National Gambling Board, and to also provide for the establishment of the National Gambling Regulator. The process that was followed, National Chair, is as follows. Like as indicated, it was revived by the NCOP on the 17th of October 2019, and the Select Committee was briefed on the 16th of July 2019. Between 18 to the 27th of November 2019, this period was set aside for brief by the portfolio by the committees in the provinces. A number of areas that were raised, giving the divergent views from the committees as follows. One was the provinces raised the concerns around the establishment of the National Gambling Regulator without a board structure. The response to the concern was that the National Gambling Regulator is established in line with other entities in the Department of Trade. The DIC, or the Department of Trade and Industry Competition entities, had adopted the governance model of the board structures, experienced governance challenges, and the National Gambling Board, as a result of those challenges, has been led by an administrator. The second concern was around the National Central Electronic Monitoring System. The provinces were concerned that this National Central Electronic Monitoring System, which is currently monitoring limited payout machines, will be extended to all modes of gambling. The provinces indicated that casinos and bingos already have their own monitoring systems and provincial licensing authorities, meaning that the intention to extend the National Central Electronic Monitoring System to other modes of gambling is to consolidate information throughout the country for legal modes of gambling. And that the National Gambling Board currently has an exclusive mandate over the National Central Electronic Monitoring System for the LPM's mode of gambling. This National Central Electronic Monitoring System is a national register set out in the National Gambling Act. And this function will ensure that the National Gambling Regulator continues to work as a central repository of gambling information. Chair, the third point around the National Gambling Policy Council, the amendment empowers the majority of the members present in the second meeting of the National Gambling Policy Council to make a decision if in the first meeting there was no quorum. And most of the provinces raised issues around this area. The fourth point that was raised, Chair, by provinces was the issue of autonomy and independence of provincial inspectorate, where national inspectors are allowed to investigate without prior approval of the province and without being accompanied by the provincial inspectors. Section 76A provides for the additional powers of the national gambling inspectors that they may act with or without provincial inspectors to investigate illegal gambling activities. The final mandate were submitted, Chair, with 3 provinces voting in favor of the bill, and 4 provinces voting against the bill, and 2 provinces abstaining from the voting. The Eastern Cape abstained from the voting. The Free State voted against the bill. The Gauteng voted against the bill. The KwaZulu-Natal abstained from voting. Limpopo voted in favor of the bill. Mpumalanga voted in favor of the bill. Northern Cape voted in favor of the bill. Northwest voted against the bill, and Western Cape voted against the bill. The bill was not supported by the required number of 5 provinces, so I table the report, National Chairperson. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Malema. And thank you very much, Honourable Delegates. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. And as members know, there's maximum of 3 minutes allocated for declarations per province. Any declaration? No? Thank you very much.
My hand is up.
Honourable Lord.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members.
You make a declaration, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Please proceed.
Thanks. Honourable Chair and Honourable members, I firstly want to start out by thanking and congratulating members across party lines who for the first time in quite a while voted in the best interest of their province whom they represent. We might not always agree with one another, but in the NCOP, we are here to represent our provinces. In the past, colleagues from the ANC often voted according to a party line against what is best for the province you represent. This bill showed how the NCOP should function, and the majority of provinces who exercised their vote mandated their representatives to vote against this bill. May this be the start of how we do work within the NCOP, by unapologetically representing our provinces irrespective of party lines. We support the committee report that we reject the bill, and as a Western Cape, we do not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? None. We shall now proceed to vote, to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now call upon the province to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll start with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, I would like to rise on the procedural issues.
Yes, Mwai?
The presentation from the Honourable Malema on the committee indicated provinces that supported, provinces that didn't support, and that therefore the report that is presented here, no sufficient requirements were met to either reject or adopt it. But I thought that it would be advised in terms of the procedure that is taken, because in our view, we believe that this report will then be presented for further process that will be dealt with. It is not my view that it should be rejected or adopted by the House, but it must be further referred to mediation processes so that issues that are raised by provinces genuinely so should be responded to accordingly, or a procedure is taken. I believe that this is a different procedure altogether that the House has got to take today. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's an important comment. Perhaps the best way to do is to note the comment, but proceed with the procedure. It makes for easy management and logical management of how we do things. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do agree with the point of order that the Chief Whip raised. This bill has been brought to the Parliament, to the Council, in the 5th Parliament in December 2018, and the votes were the same. So in the committee didn't pass the bill because 5 provinces didn't vote on the bill in the committee. It was then brought to Council and referred back to the committee. Now we are in the 6th Parliament. This bill has been brought to the Council under the same circumstances. I can't see how it can be referred back to the committee for the second time. So procedurally, we either have to vote on the bill, which means that the bill will be rejected by Parliament, by the NCOP, and then according to the Constitution Section 76 will have then to be referred to the mediation committee that will have to approve it within 30 days, otherwise it lapses. And that is the same as Rule 175 in the rules book. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And another way of managing this issue would be to say that the bill has gone through various processes, and clearly, as the Chief Whip was saying, it doesn't have the necessary support. And if the House so agree that we should therefore refer this bill to the next step and the next process. And that next process is that the bill will be referred to the mediation committee. So it will go to the mediation committee. Are we agreed? Agreed.
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 Yes.
Agreed, Chair.
I guess what they're saying is that you go to the mediation committee, and that is really on the assumption that the provinces have rejected the bill. And I just want to emphasize that so that we don't come back to this point at a later date, later stage. So agreed.
Chairperson.
Agreed. Lont.
We are agreed.
It's just that there's a technical point that is being raised, and I'm trying to take us through that. And the technical point that is being raised by the table is really that the bill can only be referred to the mediation committee if it has been rejected by the House. You see, that's the point. So I don't want us to waste time and quibble over the point over and over again. But if we have the same understanding, the better. So I'm just emphasizing that.
Chairperson, I read the Constitution, Section 76.1c. My mic is not on.
Please put the mic on. There's a next one there. Oh no, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Now, okay. Section 76.1d, if the Council rejects the bill or if the Assembly refuses to pass an amended bill referred to it in terms of paragraph C, the bill, and where applicable, also the amended bill, which is not applicable here, must be referred to the mediation committee, which may agree on the bill passed by the Assembly, and so it goes on. But in this case, it's D, applicable. If the mediation committee is unable to agree within 30 days of the bill's referral to it, the bill lapses unless the Assembly again passes the bill, but with a supporting vote of at least 2/3 of its members. So, Chairperson, with all due respect, on a technical point, I do agree that that bill should not have been here in this Council because in the committee stage, 5 provinces didn't vote it through. But that bill has been stuck in that committee in the previous term. It's going to be stuck there because nobody wants to change anything. So now the bill is here in this House, and the only other way that we can say is if we say that the bill has been rejected, because it's clearly been rejected, because it wasn't passed, it has to be referred to the Mediation Committee. Section 76(1)(d), Rule 175 in our rule book also spells it out. The Mediation Committee has to either accept it within 30 days or it falls as a bill. It fails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rather, don't make our situation more difficult. Laboskakan is really asking that we go the automatic route of referring this bill to the Mediation Committee. And the reasoning is that the bill has already been rejected at the committee stage and discussion. So do you want us to go through the formal process?
No, I want to call a point of order here. It is not true that the bill was rejected at the committee level. It wasn't rejected. Let's be clear, let's be clinical about it. 5 provinces didn't vote on the bill. It is indicated how many provinces supported the bill, how many abstained, how many rejected the bill, which doesn't allow for a decision to be made. So on what basis would we reject or adopt the bill in the House? We don't have mandates to adopt or reject the bill. It was indicated in the committee. So your ruling, Chair, was taking this out of impasse, was taking it further by referring it for further processes that must unfold. There was no voting. So I think we need to deal with it in the manner in which we have already provided for, or allow that this question on the matter still stands a question. Let's defer the question on the matter until the Presidium makes a decision on this. Thank you.
And I want to make a ruling on members to take us out of the difficulty that we seem to be in. And the ruling is that we shall go through the process. Yeah, what's the point of order?
Chairperson, the Honourable Chief Whip said that this bill has not been rejected in the committee. The rule said that 5 provinces has to vote in favour of the bill. That is point number 1. 5 provinces in that committee did not voted in favour of the bill. Whether they abstained or not, it was not a vote in favour of the bill. Then the next rule applicable to this legislation is a bill has 6 to 8 weeks to be passed through the processes within the NCOP and the provinces. If they want to go over that period of 6 to 8 weeks, the chairperson has to get permission from the chair of the council for extension of this bill. That permission is not mentioned in the report. There was no permission. So on which grounds are we sending this bill back to the committee for the second time around if we're not going to say that this bill is rejected?
No, thank you very much. We will now proceed. Please, there's so much business that the NCOP has to go through today. So we can't discuss the same point over and over again. Now, I'm making a ruling that will then follow the process so that we end what's going on at the moment. So I'll call upon the province to cast their votes, and when called upon to do so, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order. The Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, abstain.
Abstain. Thank you very much. Free State.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the Council. Free State vote against the bill.
Free State vote against the bill. Gauteng.
Gauteng votes against the bill, Chairperson.
Gauteng vote against. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal abstain, Chairperson.
Natal abstain. Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Chairperson.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the bill.
Mpumalanga supports the bill. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the bill, Chair.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest. Northwest.
Yes. Northwest abstain, Chair.
Northwest abstain. Western Cape.
Chairperson, I rise on a point of order. Northwest can't change their mandate. The mandate was voting against the bill. They have to vote again on the mandate the provinces gives to them. The Western Cape vote against the bill.
We can help.
We're talking Northwest.
Okay.
Madam, we're trying to assist.
I can help, Chair. I can help. I've got the report of the committee. Northwest,
Yes.
Northwest is part of the provinces that vote against the bill, which brings us back to the original position that the bill should be referred to the mediation committee.
So Northwest, yes, Northwest. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry, Northwest vote against.
Against, thank you very much. Western
That
Cape.
happens when you trust that member from the Northwest, ne?
Western Cape vote against the bill.
Western Cape vote against the bill. So 3 provinces in favor, 4 against, and we have 2 abstentions. So the bill has not mustered enough votes for it to be passed, and therefore to be referred to the mediation committee. Thank you very much. Now proceed. We'll now proceed to the second order, consideration of financial sector laws amendment bill and report of select committee on finance thereon. And I now call upon Honourable Njadu, chairperson of the select committee on finance, to present the committee report.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson. As the whip of the Committee of Finance, Chairperson Honourable Karim. Thank you very much, Honourable.
The whip, yes.
Yeah, Honourable Chair and Deputy, Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable House Chairs, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, and all members of the NCOP. The report of the Select Committee on Finance on the Financial Sector Laws Amendment Bill, which is Bill 15B 2020, National Assembly Section 75, dated 2 December 2021. Chairperson, just to give a background of this bill, the Financial Sector Laws Amendment Bill, FSLB, forms part of the Financial Sector Regulation Act, FSRA, or Twin Peaks. Regulatory reforms introduced in 2011, which covers the conduct and transformation of the financial sector. As the National Treasury explained, the purpose of FSLAB is to address banking risk, failure and weaknesses, and mitigate impacts of financial crisis. It seeks to address the shortcomings of the current financial legislation, partly necessitated by the lessons learned from the 2008-2009 global financial crisis and domestic experiences, and to enhance the South African Reserve Bank's financial stability mandate to expand its objective for depositors' protection. It was further said that the South African lessons learned from the South African Bank and VBS demonstrated the need for additional powers during an intervention and an explicit privately funded deposit insurance scheme to protect vulnerable depositors. With regards to the process followed by the committee on 7 September 2001, the National Council of Provinces NCP formally referred the FSLAB to the Select Committee of Finance for consideration and report after the Standing Committee on Finance voted on it. Chairperson, the objective of the FSLAB is to amend the Insolvency Act 1936, the SARB Act 1989, the Banks Act 1990, the Mutual Banks Act 1993, the Competition Act 1998, the Financial Institutions Protection of Funds Act 2001, the Cooperative Banks Act 2007, the Companies Act 2009, the Financial Markets Act 2012, and the Financial Sectors Regulations Act. The bill proposes that the process of resolution takes place under the management and control of the SARB, which will be the resolution authority. Resolution as defined by the National Treasury refers to a process during which a competent authority, the resolution authority, takes over the control and management of the affairs of a designated institution that is failing or likely to fail in order to restructure or resolve the institution with the use of resolution tools in a manner that seeks to protect financial stability and minimize the reliance on public funds. This section summarizes, which is in terms of public participation, the overall and written submissions received by the committee, organized in terms of key concerns raised by the 4 stakeholders and the recommendations made thereof. Only to mention 2, Chair. Now, just to make mention of the COSATU welcomes the FSLB in principle and believes that it is a necessary and long overdue intervention by government that would help protect workers, pensioners, the state and the economy. ABSIP is in full support of amendments proposed in the FSLB and its overall stance in amendments proposed by the National Treasury. The committee have the following recommendations, Chairperson. The committee supports the objective of the FSRA under which the current FSLB fails. These objectives seek to maintain stability of the financial system, maintain soundness of regulated financial institutions, protect consumers of financial products and services, increase access to financial products and services, and combat market abuse and financial crime, the outcomes of which are expected to benefit the society in general, including retail financial customers, financial institutions, and their stakeholders, poorest households, small, medium, and micro enterprises, SMEs, and rural development programs. We also support the proposed amendments in the FSLB, which broadly designate the SARB as the resolution authority, establish a deposit insurance scheme, and provides for coordination, cooperation, collaboration, and consultation between the different entities in relation to financial stability and the functioning of these entities. These amendments are expected to, amongst other things, address banking risk, failures and weaknesses, and mitigate impacts of financial crises. Lastly, Chairperson, we recommend that National Treasury and SABR continue to engage with the different stakeholders to address the gaps identified in the bill and guard against the unintended consequences of the bill. The Select Committee on Finance, having considered and examined the Financial Sector Laws Amendment Bill B15B 2020, National Assembly as Section 75, referred to it and classified by the Section 75 accepts the bill. Lastly, Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance reserves its position, the Economic Freedom Fighters reserve its position, the Freedom Front reserves its position. The report so tabled for consideration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Njadu. Honourable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63 if they so wish. Any party wishing to make a declaration?
My hand is up, Chair.
Yes, Malema.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Financial Sector Law Amendment Bill seeks to provide security for depositors who put their hard-earned money into financial institutions. The bill proposes to establish a framework for the orderly resolution of banks that are designated by the Governor of Reserve Bank as important. At the face value, the bill seeks to put in place practical measures to safeguard workers, small businesses, pensioners, and taxpayers' money as depositors. However, it also means that as a country, we will not be able to legislate systematic and structural challenges that many of our people will face when they entrust financial institutions, mainly banks, with either their money or when they seek financial services. Banks currently stand as the most untransformed institutions which entrench racism in their system. Yet, South Africa continues to amend legislation which caters for the financial sector, despite their untransformed policies, which continue to fail Black people in the economy. As EFF, we have since inception proposed for the creation of State Bank, which shall cater for the financial needs of our people. While the proposed deposit insurance scheme is important, we must ensure that we criminalize reckless behavior by people entrusted with depositors' money. We must also acknowledge that today we stand in this council deciding on a bill of this nature because the Reserve Bank continues to fail to transform the financial sector, particularly the banks. EFF doesn't support the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other party wishing to make a declaration?
Chairperson, my hand's been up. Yeah.
Yes, Karen.
Yeah, Chairperson, I'm having some problems with my connection since late yesterday. So can I plead that I don't switch my video on? But obviously I'm very much here. Basically, Chairperson, I'm not very clear what the EFF is saying because exactly what Mr. Malema is saying is what the bill is seeking to address. It does, in fact, meet the obligations of the country, as indeed other countries that are part of the international financial system. But in fact, it's precisely to address the 2008 global economic and financial crisis, as indeed the challenges we experience in our own country with the African bank collapsing and the state had to come to its rescue. So it's for those very reasons, Chairperson, that this bill is introduced. It's only a part of a tranche of bills dealing with the new Twin Peaks model, which we've drawn upon other countries from, but we've adapted to suit our own needs. And in particular, the very concerns that Mr. Malema expressed about transformation, because as you know, Chairperson, as we all know, it's the poor and the disadvantaged that suffer disproportionately when banks collapse. That's what happened in 2008. It had nothing to do with our country or the developing world, but the greed of the bankers in the developed world, the US in particular, the UK and Europe, caused huge consequences for us. I'm gathered, if I'm correct, that we lost, if I remember correctly, over 1.1 million jobs because of it. Other countries suffered even more. It's because of the resilience of the financial sector in our country that we didn't suffer more. And in fact, it's partly because of our regulatory regime. But even then, Treasury, in its wisdom, and correctly so, said, look, we have to do more to sort of plug the loopholes. And that's what they're doing. That's what we should encourage. In fact, where I agree with Mr. Malema, as I'm sure the party I come from will, is that National Treasury should accelerate the process of this new model. And he's right. We must criminalize reckless behavior. And that's in fact what this bill is intended to do. The issue really is for us as Parliament to hold the executive to account and ensure the institutions it set up to stop what happened in 2008 and else at other times happening again. And that means more effective monitoring from our side, more demands from our side on the executive and the institution set up by the executive to actually implement what we have in this bill. We also agree that of all the sectors, the financial sector is relatively untransformed. We realize that at this time with COVID and the July unrest and the consequences, we can't afford to alienate the private sector. But on the other hand, we have to transform. We need to find the right balances. And I agree with Mr. Maletsane, as indeed does our party, that we need to transform the financial sector. And in fact, we also support a state bank long before the EFF was even formed, if I'm correct. Certainly, the minister recently, if I'm correct, or certainly Treasury or the previous minister said, what about the possibility of the African bank being used? In any case, we bolstered them through the taxpayers' money. So we're on the same page there. It's just that I'm a bit puzzled about why Mr. Maletsane would not vote or his party for this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other party wishing to make a declaration? No, none. Thank you very much. We'll now allow for 30 seconds to delegates who are outside the chamber and the visual on the visual platform to join the House outside the chamber and or virtual platform to now join the House. 30 seconds. "45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. "15 seconds left. "10, 5. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. We will now proceed to those who want to vote in favor. Please raise your hands and keep them there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Honourable Mushodi. I vote in favor.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Just wait a minute. I'm sure the table is looking at the hands and they're counting. Thank you very much. Let's just check if there are no people who are in the system who are voting. As well. No, the hands I'm sure have been counted in the House. Please, you can please lower your hands. Let's just concentrate now on those who are in the system. There's Mushodi. Mushodi, if you can just repeat what we're saying.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning. I vote in favor, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mushodi. Any other person voting? No. The counting, I'm sure, is complete on those who are voting in favor. Let's move to those who are voting against. Please raise your hands and keep them up there. There's the EFF, at the corner. Noted. Any other?
I vote against, Chairperson.
Sama is also voting against. Noted.
I plainly vote against.
Plenary is voting against.
Leahy voting against.
Leahy is voting against. Is any other person in the system who is voting against? We shall now lower all the hands. I'm sure counting is done on those who are voting against. Those who wish to abstain. Abstentions? None in the House. In the system? I'm sure none so far. Voting is closed. And the table will now submit the results. The results are as follows: 41 in favor, 6 against, and 0 abstentions. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honourable delegates, will now proceed to the third order. Consideration of the National Environmental Management Laws Amendment Bill and report of Select Committee on the Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy thereon. I will now call on Honourable T.C. Mudise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy, to present the report. Honourable Mudise.
Oh, no. Cancel this. It must be 00. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip, Minister who are in attendance, House Chairpersons, Honourable members. Good morning. The report on Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral, Energy, and on the National Environment Laws Amendment Bill B14D 2017, National Assembly, Section 76, dated 7 December 2021. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Environment, Forestry, Fishery briefed the committee, and all 9 provinces were invited to be part and parcel of that briefing. We continue with the briefing, and then from there, we continue with the negotiating mandate. Because it was a very, very difficult bill, we took more than 7 days to deal with the negotiating mandate. And then on the 7th of September, we dealt with an e-list of the committee, of the bill. After we deliberate on the e-bill, we proceed to the 16th November, whereby all 9 provinces submitted their final mandate. Chairperson, I just want to tell you that this bill initially was referred to the Council 2018 by the 5th Parliament, but fortunately it was reviewed by the Council this 2019. After the mandate, we proceed with the bill. On the 16th of November, we agreed on the amendment bill. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral, Energy, having deliberated and considered the subject on the National Environment Management Law Bill B14D 2017, National Assembly Section 76, refer it to classify by JTM as Section 76 bill. A report that has agreed to Amendment Bill B14F 2017. Therefore, the committee requested the report to be considered by the House. In this report, Honourable Chair, 8 provinces agreed. 1 province didn't support the bill. We thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall again allow provinces an opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. Any indication? Any province wishing to make a declaration? Yes, the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, honourable members, this bill seeks to amend various acts dealing with the environment. These include the National Environmental Management Act of 1998, the National Environment Management Amendment Act of 2008, the Air Quality Act of 2004, the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act, also of 2004, the Integrated Coastal Management Act of 2008, the Protected Areas Act of 2003, and the Waste Act of 2008. It should therefore come as no surprise that the version of this bill consists of 89 clauses spanning over 47 pages. The Western Cape has 2 major concerns. The first one is Clause 35, proposed the insertion of subsection 1C to Section 43 of NEMA, meaning that any person may appeal against a decision made by the licensing authority contemplated in Clause 36.1 or 47A of the National Environment Management Air Quality Act. In the case of municipalities, the appeal will be to the Municipal Council. This requires consequential amendments to Section 43.4, 5 and 6, which were not included. The Constitution of South Africa allocated the responsibility for air quality management to local governments. Section 36.5C of the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act allocates this responsibility to the National Minister as the licensing authority for listed activities. We are concerned that this will be in future be tested and found wanting by the Constitutional Court. The Western Cape therefore does not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, the ANC broad policy statement on environment as articulated in 1992, ready to govern policy guidelines, put its that the ANC believes that all citizens of South Africa at present and in future have the right to a safe and healthy environment and to a life of well-being. The policy guide further states that the broad objective of our environment policy are aimed at fulfilling these rights, and for such ground and development within South Africa must be based on the criteria of sustainable. The National Environment Management Laws Amendment Bill makes a number of progressive amendments related to specific Environment Management Act. I would like to highlight a few NEMA equity at the NEMA Waste Act, the NEMA Protect Areas Act. Under the equity chair, it has been reported by the World Health Organization that in 2013, about 20,000 South Africans were killed as a result of air pollution. And recently, it has been reported that air quality in Johannesburg, in particular, has been very disappointing. The proposed amendment will provide for a mechanism dealing with air population and prescribe consequence for unlawful conduct of listening activity result in atmosphere emission, equity, and require responding to emission and licensing of listening activity in issue under the provision of this act. On waste remain one of the challenges that faced by our local municipality, meaning companies are the biggest waste product, and in the past, the conduct of some of the mining companies has been very worrying and had a result in lack of environment rehabilitation after land issue. There are a number of time dump in around the provinces, and this process serious health risk to communities living in around them. The amendment of Section 1 of the NEMA Waste Act bring much needed.
As you conclude, Honourable.
As I conclude, Chairperson, hazardous was business wasted building, and demolition was as well as insect waste. In closing, Chair, Gauteng Province support this report and adoption of the National Environment Management Laws Amendment Bill. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mama Khan, I thought your mic was on. Okay, no. All right. Is Honourable Matibe?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, the province of Limpopo is committed to the promotion and protection of a healthy environment in line with the provisions of Bill of Rights, which stipulates that, open quote, everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures, prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation, secure ecological sustainable development and use of natural resources, while promoting justifiable economic and social development, close quote. South Africa has one of the most progressive environmental laws on the continent and in the world. In 1998, the National Environmental Management Act was enacted with the object of making the provision for cooperative environmental governance by establishing principles for decision-making on matters affecting environment, institutions that will promote cooperative governance, procedure for coordinating environmental functions exercised by organs of states. The preamble of NEMA states that sustainable development requires integration of social environmental factors in planning, implementation, and evaluation of decisions to ensure that development serves present and future generations. NEMA is the competency of the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries and the Department of Mineral Resource and Energy and all 9 provincial governments. It is umbrella legislation. Under it, we have, Honourable Chairperson, Specific Environmental Management Act dealing with, for example, waste, protected areas, biodiversity, air quality, integrated coastal management. It is this umbrella piece of legislation that we have considered its amendment as the Select Committee, and as the province of Limpopo, we support the bill. We therefore particularly pleased that the bill is intended, Chairperson, to ensure that there is adequate public consultation with stakeholders in consideration of development that might impact on the environment. In conclusion, Honourable Chairperson, we are equally pleased about the proposed amendments that seeks to transform the sector, promote the inclusion of Black professionals. Limpopo province supports the adoption of National Environment Management Laws Amendment Bill. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any other declaration from any other province? No? Thank you very much. We shall therefore proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. And I'll call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape has a report.
Eastern Cape supports the report. Free State?
Free State votes in favor of the bill.
Free State supports the report. Gauteng?
Gauteng supports the report.
So Gauteng supports the report. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlahla.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka supports. Limpopo? Limpopo? Marga?
Limpopo support the report.
Limpopo support the report. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Mpumalanga support the report. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable. Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Northern Cape supports the report. Northwest?
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Northwest supports the report. Western Cape?
Western Cape objects.
Western Cape objects. Therefore, vote against, I guess. Yeah.
Order on Western Cape. In the committee, they agreed, they support the report, but today they changed their mind.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they can change their mind.
Chairperson, a question of clarity. Did we vote on the bill or on the report? Because if we voted on the bill together with the report, we rejected the bill.
We're just checking the mandate.
Chairperson, on a point of order, it was my mistake that Western Cape supported the forestry bill. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So Western Cape votes in favor. Thank you very much. Voting is closed. All 9 provinces voted in favor of the report. So the report is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, what's the point of order?
So that the records can reflect correct. We're not dealing with the forestry bill here. So what Honourable Labosagan is raising is not correct. So if it's supporting, she must be on record referring to something that we're dealing with. We have not yet come to the forestry one. It's the next one. So he's talking about the next one.
Chairperson, on a point of order, I did the declaration on the National Environmental Law. On that one, the Western Cape objects We are against the bill. Thank you. And it was objected and it was against it in the committee.
Okay. All right. So we'll record then the Western Cape vote as a vote against. Yes. So voting is closed as indicated. So 8 provinces have voted in favor. Therefore declared the bill agreed to in accordance with the 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the fourth order, consideration of the National Forestry Amendment Bill and report of the Selection Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy thereon. I call on Honourable Modise to present the report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once more again, good morning, honorable members. The report on Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral and Energy on the National Forestry Amendment Bill B11B 2016, National Assembly Section 76, dated the 16th November 2021. The Department of Environment, Forestry, Fisheries briefed the committee. The committee decided to invite again 9 provinces to be part and parcel on the 2nd of June 2021 on the National Forestry Amendment Bill B11B 2016. The bill was initially referred to the committee on the 28th August 2018 during the 5th Parliament, but it was reviewed by the Council on the 17th October 2019 in the 6th Parliament. The committee called on the written comments while the provinces are dealing with the public hearing. After the public hearing at the province, at the end, we engaged in the process of negotiating mandate, where we took 2 days to deal with a negotiating mandate, because we wanted to make sure that procedurally, we must make sure that we leave a stone unturned. On the 7th of September, we dealt with the final mandate, whereby all 9 provinces agreed upon the bill. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral and Energy, having deliberated on the consideration of the subject of the National Forestry Amendment Bill B11B 2016, National Assembly Section 76, refer it to classify by the JTM as Section 76 Bill, report that it was agreed on the Amendment Bill B11D 2016. We therefore requested the report to be adopted. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, there shall be declarations in terms of Rule 71, and the maximum time allocated for this purpose is 3 minutes, as members know. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None? Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. Where called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape iyayichasa
Eastern Cape supports. Free State?
Free State supports the report.
Free State supports the report. Gauteng?
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayiseka
KwaZulu-Natal support. Limpopo?
Limpopo support.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Malema supports. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support. Northern Cape supports.
Northern Cape supports the bill. Northwest?
Northwest iyayamukela, Chair.
Northwest supports. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Voting is now closed. And all 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We shall move on to the 5th order, consideration of the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill, B44B 2018, National Assembly Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure thereon. I call on Honourable Malema, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, to present the committee report.
Thank you, National Chairperson of the Council of Province, Dr. Maswanga. The bill, Chair, seeks to amend the Civil Aviation Act, which provides for the establishment of the Safety Investigation Board. Key to this juristic body, Chair, is the powers vested in this body to investigate the aircraft accidents and incidents in South Africa. But more than that, the establishment of the South African Civil Aviation Authority that is vested with the powers to promote civil aviation safety and security. Chair, the bill also seeks to consolidate various pieces of legislation dealing with the regulation on civil aviation that existed at the time, but also to ensure that where there were some hiccups, that in that full operation, this is mitigated. What is key also is the provision of Chapter 4 of the Act, which were never promulgated due to various reasons, one of which, Chair, was the practical difficulties in the establishment of the entity that was called the Aviation Safety Investigation Board, which is established by the chapter. Consequently, the full establishment of the Aviation Safety Investigation Board was never achieved. And to rectify this conundrum, the bill, the department consulted with various bodies to ensure that there is clarity of thought around how do we take the promulgation of this Chapter 4 forward. Chair, the bill was adopted by the Portfolio Committee and was referred to the National Council of Province on the 11th of May 2021 for concurrence. The committee deliberated on the received presentation and was followed subsequently by written submissions upon our invite in the 2 national newspapers and other relevant media platforms. And on the 4th of November, the committee deliberated on the bill. And on the 17th of November, the committee finalized and processed the submissions that were made. And on the 24th of November 2021, the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill was adopted by the committee. And the committee unanimously agreed and recommended that the bill be presented to the House for approval as it was referred. I think what is quite key, Chair, is, like as indicated, the key to the bill is the investigation of aircraft accident as well as aircraft incidents. More than that, the bill seeks to identify safety deficiencies as evidenced by the aircraft accidents and incidents and make recommendations designed to eliminate or reduce any such deficiencies and report publicly on its investigation and findings. Therefore, the committee so tabled the report to the House for adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 63, if they so wish. Again, maximum time allowed for this purpose is 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, Plenary.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, we live in a modernizing world where the state takes practical legislative measures to tighten safety measures for air transport. The Civil Aviation Act was therefore by design intended to provide an independent entity which would investigate aviation accidents. This was, however, not done because the Act did not provide for the full spectrum of rights for the establishment of this entity. We therefore welcome the amendments made to eliminate legal uncertainties and for the establishment of the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. The establishment of the Aviation Safety Investigation Board will ensure that accidents are thoroughly investigated and action taken where it is discovered that these accidents are as a result of negligence and poor training. The bill could have done more in imposing tougher penalties for negligence and purposeful disregard for aviation safety protocols. Nonetheless, the bill introduces an important amendment in relation to the role of the Civil Aviation Authority in environmental protection. We also welcome the amendment dealing with the prohibition of any employee of the Aviation Authority from working for any players involved in aviation while at the same time employed by the Aviation Authority. For there must be clear lines of delineation between the Aviation Authority as a regulatory body and the industry upon which it must provide oversight. The EFF therefore supports the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill. Thank you very much. Apologies for the video network is people.
Thank you very much. Any other declaration? None.
I raise my hand.
Yes. Please indicate who's speaking.
It's Dango speaking, Chairperson.
Oh, Dango, yes.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The civil aviation industry functions in South Africa on the best international practice. This is necessary as the civil aviation industry functions globally on the same international standards. The country has a civil aviation safety record which is second to none, and this must continue into the future. In order to maintain such world-class standards, the civil aviation industry, it is imperative that the legislation reflects the current global standards and changes that are being effected. Therefore, it is necessary to periodically amend the civil aviation legislation. The central aim of the amendment to the Civil Aviation Act seeks the establishment of the Civil Aviation Authority and the creation of the safety and security structures that govern the functioning of the civil aviation industry. The creation of the Civil Aviation Authority is geared towards creating an independent authority which is skilled and ensures that international safety standards and norms are enforced. The economic rationale for the legislation is to ensure that the civil aviation industry is able to optimally function as it makes a major contribution to the economy through the movement of freight and tourism industry. This in turn is a major source of job creation. The bill seeks to amend the Act to ensure the implementation of legislation in terms of safety, security, and the investigation of aircraft incidents and accidents in the civil aviation sector. The bill deals with the corporate governance issues directly and not through corporate governance plans, which means that those in the Civil Aviation Authority with conflicts of interest will have to step down. In the past, the Civil Aviation Authority did not function within the PFMA, and the amendment seeks to rectify this anomaly. It also makes the authority preferred creditor, which places the structure in a financial advantage. It is important that the Civil Aviation Authority is supported as its revival in the context of the COVID-19 is critical. The ANC supports the bill, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Dango. Any other titillation? None. We shall therefore proceed. 30 seconds to delegates. We give 30 seconds to delegates who are outside of the chamber and virtual platform to join the House. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates in favor, they should please raise their hands and keep them there. Those who are who wish to vote in favor. Okay. For everybody.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mshodi.
Chairperson and Honourable Mshodi vote in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Yes, noted. Another person? No. I'm sure we've done counting those votes. Those who wish to vote against? None. Thank you very much. Those who are abstaining? None. I guess the counting is complete. We now await the results from the table.
Chairperson?
Nana.
Were you not going to ask those on the platform to indicate whether they are voting in favor or not?
Sorry about that.
No, but Chairperson, my point is this is the process, this is the procedure you have been following. You had asked those in the House.
No. And I did. But
we are now disenfranchising all of those that are in the platform because we are now changing how we are doing things.
No, sorry about that. Sorry about that. The results are as follows: 40 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next order. This is the 6th order of the day. Consideration of the report of Select Committee on Appropriations, first and second quarter expenditure for the 2021 financial year by the Free State, Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest Province Departments of Agriculture, Rural Development on Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program Grant, Ilima and Olitsima Project Grant, and Land Care Program Grant, Poverty Relief and Infrastructure Development dated the 26th of May 2021. I call on Honourable DG Mahlangu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriation, to present the committee report. Honourable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Tatemuhai in absentia. I know he is on the platform. Honourable members, permanent and special delegates present, and fellow South Africans, good morning. It is my honor, Honourable Chairperson, and privilege to table before this August House a report on the expenditure and performance of the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program Grant, Ilima Litsima Project Grant, and the Land Care Program Grant, Poverty Relief and Infrastructure Development, on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations in the National Council of Provinces. The committee anonymously adopted the report, while the DA, Freedom Front Plus, and EFF abstained. Honourable Chairperson and members, Section 4, subsection B, Section 4, subsection A, D, and E of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act 9 of 2009, as amended in 2018, mandates the committee to consider and report on spending issues, reports on the statements on actual expenditure published by the National Treasury, and any other related matter set out in the Act. These provisions read together with Section 32 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999 as amended, and Section 16 of the Division of Revenue Act, provides the framework of the legislative sector to play an oversight role over the executive. And that's what we think we're doing. Due to persistent under-expenditure and underperformance of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program Grant, Ilima Lichima Project Grant, and the Land Care Program Grant, Poverty Relief and Infrastructure Development in the 2020-2021 financial year. The committee conducted visual oversight in May 2021. Due to the time constraints, only Free State, Gauteng, Mpumalanga and Northwest Provincial Departments of Agriculture were invited to report on the performance of these conditional grants and to provide to highlight key challenges experienced and proposed interventions to prevent this in the upcoming financial years. During the oversight engagements, Honourable Chair, the National Treasury and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development make inputs around the oversight role and support they made for provinces. Honourable Chairperson and members, while processing these engagements, the committee has made the following observations and therefore came up with recommendations for the improvement of the implementation of these conditional grants. The committee acknowledged that there was an urgent need for government to implement lockdown regulations following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it is of the view that the policy making process should at all material times take into account the effects of unintended consequences, in that policies or regulations should not inhibit the rollout of planned programs, particularly those that are meant to alleviate poverty and create infrastructure for sustainable food security. The committee understood the need for budget reprioritization and redirection of funds following the advent of COVID-19, which affected planned expenditure and created uncertainty. The committee is of the view that the National Treasury, provincial treasuries and affected provincial departments should proactively work together to prevent administrative policy uncertainty during emergency. The Minister of Finance, together with the Cabinet, should ensure that proper plans and mechanisms are developed in advance to mitigate administrative challenges during disaster situations and further ensure that a reasonable amount of budget reserves are earmarked for unforeseen and unavoidable situations such as virus outbreaks and any other possible disasters. The committee strongly condemns under expenditure on conditional grants meant to alleviate poverty and create infrastructure to ensure sustainable food security. Provinces should use the available resources, such as medium-term projected budget estimates and the intergovernmental relations system, to carry out their future planning cycles to prevent poor expenditure, while also making provision for unforeseen and unavoidable situations. The National Treasury and provincial treasuries, together with the provincial departments of agriculture, should see to it that adequate capacity, proper plans and remedial actions are developed to ensure that the land care grant expenditure is improved, given the constant degradation of agricultural land through various factors such as pollution, soil erosion, alien plants, and poor water preservation. Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, moreover, effective expenditure on these conditional grants should enable government to create much needed jobs in poor communities during the COVID-19 pandemic, while also building the much needed infrastructure for the sector. All 5 provinces that have reported under expenditure on the 3 agricultural conditional grants should develop clear remedial actions and ensure that these are implemented without delay. Given the importance and the need to improve support for rural communities. The committee is of the view that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, together with the provincial departments, should consider establishing a rural help desk program to assist rural communities. This should fast-track administrative processes that would enable them to access funding more readily, consider capacitating traditional authorities and councils to assist people to access this funding, and or consider seconding departmental officials to assist at the district level. Honourable Chairperson, the committee is of the view that there might be a need for a Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to launch an aggressive media campaign to motivate people to go back to cultivating the land to promote food security during this time. This may reduce the heavy reliance on social grants, which is sustainable in the long term, given the magnitude of the growing government debts. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development should expedite the process of aligning the CRDP, which was developed and adopted by the fourth administration to address rural development, with the Rural Development Policy Framework and other relevant programs. This was one of the best programs. The National Treasury, together with the provincial treasuries, should ensure that provinces have adequate systems and measures in place to deal with corruption and maladministration before it negatively affects expenditure earmarked for the most vulnerable communities. Furthermore, provincial departments should develop early warning systems. Honourable Chairperson, consequence management is critical as set out in the Public Finance Management Act, as well as appropriate actions recommended by the Auditor General. As I conclude, Honourable Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank all committee members across party line, committee stakeholders who made submissions, as well as committee support staff, and those departments from the provinces. Without these role players, the process would not have been a success, not really forgetting the support staff. The committee recommends to the House that the report be adopted. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masangu. Thank you, honourable delegates, and I put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. Maximum time allocated for this purpose is 3 minutes. Any declaration from any province? Yes. Western Cape.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, this report discussed the underspending for the first and second quarter expenditure on Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, the COSP, the ILIMA or the TSEMO grant, and the Land Care Program by 5 of our provinces. What is of great concern were the huge amounts of underspending that we were presented with. Land reform and the way in which it should be implemented is certainly one of the most heated topics in our country. The success of land reform in South Africa should not be measured against the physical amount of farms or hectares that are redistributed. It must be measured against the long-term success of those farms and the farmers who receive the land. Being in the holiday season, it can be best described by using the example of giving your child a battery-operated car for Christmas. However, you only give him the car, you don't give them battery charger as well. Just as your child will be able to operate that car for a very short period, but in the long run it will be useless, so will be the success of those farmers who are not assisted with the means to farm successfully in the long run. It is extremely important that government must do everything in its power to ensure that land that is redistributed must be farmed in a sustainable and successful way. This needs to be done in order to not only ensure that land reform will be successful, but also to ensure that it will be not jeopardized for food security as well as job security for a large number of people in South Africa. We can therefore not comprehend why these provinces did not make use of money available in order to achieve this long-term goal. This underspending and poor management again brings to mind the recommendations of the high-level panel led by former President Malema, who said that the failures of land reform was due to poor implementation of policy, corruption, and a lack of urgency by this government. This report was compiled almost 7 months ago, and although the DA agrees with the report and its recommendations, it's very important that this select committee should not only make these recommendations, but that they should also follow up on the implementation thereof. For example, recommend that the report should be brought to the attention of the relevant premiers, provincial legislatures, and their standing committees for their necessary interventions. Seeing that premiers are the responsible people for governance within their respective provinces, they must ask whether provinces have implemented these recommendations. And if they did not, there must be consequences for those premiers who did not put measures into place in order to implement the recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other province wishing to make a declaration?
Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Chairperson, I rise to accept the report of the Select Committee on Appropriations, which has conducted its responsibility of scrutinizing conditional grant expenditure by the looking into expenditure by the affirmation 5 provinces of agriculture and rural development on the comprehensive agricultural support program grants. Ilima, Litsima projects grant and local care program. Chairperson, these programs are part of the arsenal of the government of the African National Congress to resolve the challenges of landlessness, poverty, and hunger. They provide access to finance for the farmers, especially in beneficiaries of the land restitution, redistribution, and land tenure reform programs. Honourable Chairperson, when the ANC resolved at its 54th National Conference in 2017 to adopt a comprehensive resolution on land reform, on land expropriation without compensation, we could not have foreseen that the coalition of the reactionary, strange, bedfellows in the form of the DA, Freedom Front, Plus, and the EFF would come together in the National Assembly. In the National Assembly. Last week, as they did in the various hang municipalities, as they did in the hang municipalities to block progress on the consultation, on the constitutional amendment on land reform.
Land reform
it is significant to note that the intent of the policy is not always followed by the implementation.
Honourable members, order. Order, honourable members. As I have I've said over and over again in the past that there's no harm in a little bit of heckling and so on. But as long as heckling does not drown the speaker.
If you have nothing to say, you must just keep quiet.
Chairperson, no, the opposition will get their time to respond. But not now. I'm still speaking, Chair. It is significant to note that the impeachment policy is not to always follow by implementation. As the committee has observed, these conditional grants were among those for which expenditure was below the acceptable norm of 25% per quarter. Chairperson, we support this bill. Thank you very much.
Any other declaration? Yes. Point of order.
Not busy with the section 25, Honourable through you, Chair. It was the report.
Okay.
No, Chair.
Thank you very much.
We support, Chair. No, we support. We support the report, Chair. We support the report. Thank you very much.
We will move on then to the next step. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon province to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Start with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I report.
Support the report. Free State.
Free State supports the report.
State supports the report. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng supports the report. KwaZulu-Natal. Supports the report. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report, Chairperson.
Limpopo supports the report. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Mpumalanga supports the report. Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Northern Cape support the report. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the report.
Western Cape supports the report. Northwest.
Bokoni Bupirima ba ya mogela modulasetulo.
Prima amogela. Thank you very much. Voting is closed, and all 9 provinces support the report. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution.
It must be clear that the bill was rejected in the NA.
We will now proceed to the 7th, 8th, and 9th orders of the day. And as I do so, I'll ask Honourable Nyambi to come forward and chair.
I'll now call upon Honourable DG Mahlangu, co-chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management, to present the committee report.
Mbongwe Baba. House Chairperson, honorable members, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Chairperson of the NCOP, fellow South Africans, ke a le dumedisa, bagaetsho. Honourable Chair, it is an honor for me to table the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament for both the third and fourth quarter of 2020-2021 performance of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in this August House. The Joint Standing Committee of the Financial Management of Parliament, the committee, is established as per the provision of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act number 10 of 2009. The FMPLA requires the executive authority of the Parliament to table the Parliament's performance in implementing the annual performance plan for each quarter of the consideration and reporting of the committee. Indeed, Honourable Chairperson, the committee has fulfilled the aforesaid mandate by considering both third and fourth quarters of the Parliament's performance in implementing its 2020-2021 APP, and it reports as follows. Honourable House Chair, it is important to first highlight that the two quarters report, which I am tabling here, were still assessing the implementation of the fifth Parliament Strategic Plan. However, since the current financial year, which is 2021-2022, the Parliament has started the implementation of the sixth Parliament Strategic Plan. The reason I have to emphasize that is because some of the issues the committee raised from both reports, which no longer will be relevant going forward due to the change in how the sixth Parliament have organized and strive to achieve. Having said that, Honourable House Chair, for both quarters under review, the Parliament has performed fairly well. For the third quarter, the Parliament has exceptionally performed excellent. It recorded 87.5% performance, which was as a result of achieving 7 planned performance targets out of 8 planned performance targets. Whilst for the fourth quarter, it recorded 77%, which is lower than the third quarter. In terms of financial performance, Honourable House Chair, the Parliament spent 88.9% of its allocation budget for the third quarter, whilst it spent 67% for the fourth quarter. Honourable Chair and honourable members, the alignment between financial and non-financial performance, which Parliament has shown in these quarters, is indeed good financial management and good progress towards prudent financial management. This is indeed needed to be applauded. I have never seen it before. We've been complaining, but they did it. They do deserve that applaud. Despite the good performance recorded by Parliament, Honourable House Chair, the committee has noted some corners, some concerns, which includes, amongst others, the over-expenditure of compensation of members during the fourth quarter of this financial year by 9 million rands. This was further projected that by the end of the 2020-21 financial year, there will be overspending by 16 million rands. This overspending was due to the budget cuts of 30,683,000 rands from October during the 2020 budget adjustment. It is against this background that the committee recommends that the executive authority of Parliament and the Minister of Finance should find a constructive solution to the budgetary challenges to ensure that Parliament is able to deliver on its constitutional mandate. Lastly, Honourable Chairperson, the committee is very concerned about the slow pace in filling of posts in critical areas to the leadership and functioning of the institution, specifically that of the CFO, Chief Audit Executive, and Secretary of Parliament. Honourable Chairperson, there were pledges for your indulgence, Honourable Chairperson, from the executive to expedite this process. I thank you. With your permission, Chairperson, please allow me to present before this August House once more the 2019-2020 annual report. Chairperson, I am once more honored to be here on behalf of this committee to present before you the 2019-2020 annual report of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in this August House. The Joint Committee of the Financial Management of Parliament, the committee itself, is established as per the provision as indicated previously. And we are, as a committee, carrying out that mandate as expected. Indeed, Honourable Chairperson, the committee has fulfilled the aforesaid mandate. Honourable Chairperson, let me start by welcoming the unqualified outcomes with no material findings, which the Parliament has sustained for the past 6 years, since 2013-14 financial years. This clean audit is accompanied by non-incurring of material irregularities, which are irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. In essence, for the entire 5th Parliament, Honourable Chairperson, finances of Parliament were managed prudently. The 6th Parliament is still continuing with this sterling performance thus far. I hope this Parliament will continue with this excellent performance throughout this administration. I say this, Honourable House Chairperson and Honourable members, in mindful of the fact that this is the last report whereby the performance of the Parliament is based on the 5th Parliament Strategic Plan. Honourable House Chair, for the 2019-2020 financial year, the Parliament held discussions and debates and initiatives on the proposed reform, the NHI, the land redress as well as domestic and gender-based violence. Further, despite the COVID-19 restrictions, which were imposed to regulate the spread of COVID-19, the Parliament has managed to hold the executive accountability as required by the Constitution. In this regard, both houses of Parliament, that's the NA and the NCOP, produced a total of 1,000 written questions which were put to the executive, of which 437 oral questions were put to the executive, including questions to the president and deputy president. Moreover, about 756 meetings were held, were put to the president and the deputy president. Moreover, about 756 meetings were held by the committees of Parliament, both houses, and they were accompanied by 30 oversight visits conducted throughout the 2019-20 financial year, of which 237 reports were tabled as a result of this oversight visit, quarterly reports and budget votes related related matters. To achieve this, Honourable Chairperson, its conditional mandate of passing laws for the 2019-2020 financial year, a total of 24 out of 43 bills that were before Parliament were processed. Further, 8 Section 139 interventions were made in different municipalities such as Dr. Ruth, Sekhumutsi District Municipality, JB Marks Local Municipality, Fita, Khomo, Tubatsi Local Municipality, and others. Honourable House Chairperson, there are challenges that we picked as far as the performance of Parliament during the 2019-2020 financial year. Those challenges include, amongst others, unfavorable financial positions due to the medical aid contributions of members of Parliament and provincial legislatures, which is the liability carried by Parliament. This responsibility distorts Parliament's baseline and negatively impacts on future allocations. Further, the perpetual dwindling of the budget of Parliament has led to the reprioritization of the spending and targets. This has left other important activities and programs without adequate budget, and as such could not be implemented. If this is not addressed sooner, Honourable Chairperson, it has a potential of threatening the ability of Parliament to execute its constitutional mandate. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Delegates. I now put the question in respect of the 7th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting in the 7th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7(1) if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 7th order. Consideration of the report of the Joint Steering Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Its performance in Quarter 3, 2020-2021, as presented by Honourable T.G. Mahlangu. I shall now call upon provinces to cast their vote. Do them in alphabetical order. The heads of delegates must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, I cast the report.
Free State?
Free State support the report.
Gauteng?
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
KwaZulu-Natal?
IKwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlalo baba.
Mama. Limpopo?
Limpopo support the report, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Northwest?
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Western Cape? Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you, Honourable members. Honourable delegates, we now put the question in respect of the 8th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting in the 8th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7(1) if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting. Consideration of the report of the Joint Steering Committee on report on the financial management of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's performance Quarter 4, 2020-2021, dated 28 May 2021. I'll do it in alphabetical order. Heads of delegation, when called, indicate whether we vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape has a report.
Free State.
Free State supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlalo baba i-report.
Thank you. Mama. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Ukoni Buphirima ba ya amogela modulasetulo.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Western Cape report 8 and 9, sir.
Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, I now put the question in respect of the 9th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 9th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting in the 9th order, consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa 2019-2020 annual report dated the 28th of May 2021. I shall now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape has a report.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayixhasa i-report baba sihlalo.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Ukoni Buphirima ba ya amogela modulasetulo.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates will now proceed to the 10th order, consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment and Labor, jointly with the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development, following a fact-finding mission to KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng Province dated 19 August 2021. I now call upon Honourable Malema, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure to present the committee report. Honourable Malema.
Thank you, House Chair. Allow me to again take the podium. The Select Committee, together with its sister committee, Trade and Industry and Public Works, joined the Portfolio Committee on Small Business on its oversight visit to both KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng between the period of the 3rd and the 6th of August 2021. The background, Chair, I believe is well articulated and well known by virtue of the unrest that sprang up in both provinces following the incarceration of the former president. What is key is the objective, Chair. That's what the report covers. The objective of the report was the evaluation of the extent to which the supply chain was throttled and also the damage to property and to the degree and extent to which business was disrupted. In KwaZulu-Natal, a number of areas were visited, the King Etuaro District, Umhlatuze, Nzeleni Township, and Ngwelezane Township and Isikameni, including also the Ilembe District Municipality, and also the eThekwini and Shakaskral in Kwadukuza. In Gauteng Chair, areas that were visited included the visit to Ekhululeni Metropolitan, the Cambridge sector, and Tembisa Plaza, including the site visits to the city of Johannesburg, the Jewel Street, Malvern, Pan Africa Mall in Alexander Township, Jabulani Mall in Soweto, Cape Town, and also A2 Orange Farm Mall and Palm Spring Mall. What did the committee observe in terms of the report, Chair? Is in the report from 5.1 up to 5.10, it captures the observation that the committee made. And as a result of those observations, there are recommendations that this committee is tabling before this House. And the recommendation are as follows. 6.1, that the Department of Small Business Development through its entities, SIDA and SIFA, should embark on collaborative efforts with SASRIA to intensify financial literacy campaigns targeting small business and informal traders. 2, based on the evidence or information committees gathered on the ground around the magnitude of the destruction, the allocation of 2.3 billion is welcome but not adequate. So therefore, it is important that there continue to be further engagement with the department to mitigate this situation. The third recommendation that we are making to the House based on the observation is that the committee is concerned that the debt relief finance scheme uptake to assist the sector moderate the impacts of COVID pandemic was not adequate, and therefore the department and its agency have not interrogated factors that account for the slow uptake. Fourth, the committee recognized that most informal traders are not exposed or lack knowledge and computer literacy required to apply for government grants. Hence, it becomes necessary for government to find remedies. Fifth, the department should concretize and lead measures to improve relationship between the shopping centers, supermarket and informal traders, so that there is that continued engagement, particularly around the possible benefits from the use of public-private partnership platform. 6 point, that the department must give a serious consideration to the reinstatement of the shared economic infrastructure facility, which will address a number of infrastructure-related complaints. The 7th, the common theme echoed throughout the visit related to the situation of the trading premises, illegal traders who intrude trading space without paying rent or having a license. So therefore, this matter has to be addressed. The 8th point is that the business confidence index in the country is at all-time low following violent unrest. So the sector feels the trade that when these attacks occurred, they were not adequately protected. Committee is of the view that we need to regain a program that will instill confidence in this business sector. The last point, Chair, is that the registration and licensing of business is a matter that has confronted the committee since its inception. And it therefore becomes important that a follow-up be made in terms of recommendations that emanate from the xenophobic attack both in 2008 and 2015, which among others dealt with the regulation of small business in the country and the issuance of trading permits and business license to foreigners, which is a major source of conflict and therefore needs policy response. In Alexander, this grievance was emphasized. So the department must accelerate the process of reviewing the Business Act or table a new bill before the end of the current financial year, as pledged by the department in its annual performance plan. So I table the report for adoption, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. Western Cape.
House Chair.
Honourable Chair, when business owners and retailers did their forecast for July 21, little did they know the horror that awaited them. The country was awash with rumours as to the potential fallout after the possible arrest of former President Jacob Zuma. As citizens and business owners puzzled over this uncertainty, that this government did absolutely nothing despite the array of intelligence and security services available to them. South Africa's largest civil unrest since the apartheid regime began on July 8/21, when former President Zuma began serving what was to be his 15th month jail sentence for contempt of court at Escort Correctional Center. The protest first broke out in KZN, with demonstrators calling for his release. The riot spread throughout the province and led to Gauteng residents also taking to the streets in support of the #FreeJacobZuma campaign. These demonstrations quickly involved widespread looting and vandalism. The unrest lasted for 8 days and left at least 215 people dead. The South African Property Owners Association evaluated that the unrest cost South Africa's national economy 50 billion. KwaZulu-Natal lost 20 billion, while Gauteng's economy took a 3.5 billion dent. Gauteng saw 30 shopping malls sacked, while KZN reported 150. In the immediate aftermath, SASRIA were overwhelmed and have to date received 14,051 claims valued at 32 billion. 5 months later, despite the assistance of Treasury, only 12.6 billion had been paid out by 15 November, some 4 months after the unrest. In that time, many businesses have gone under and thousands of employees have been left in the lurch, and all as a result of an ANC factional battle that spilled out into the streets of our beloved country. And what accountability? In July, Minister of Police Becky Cele boasted to the media that 12 instigators had been identified and would be charged and named shortly. 5 months later, all we are aware of is an obscure gent from the West Rand of Johannesburg and an equally obscure DJ from KZN. This despite the fact that the Zuma children, Edward Duduzane and Duduzile, openly encouraged looting and maim on social media. This excludes the wealth of evidence collated by the SSA on these and other culprits. The promise to track down everybody involved, including the Zuma progeny, was repeated by the acting minister in the presidency, Kumbutsu Nchaweni, in August. Since then, radio silence and all queries are referred to the man in the hat who displayed his ineptitude when the chips were down. The ANC always go out on accountability, but turn a blind eye when those within the golden circle of influence are implicated. While the DA supports this report and the work of this committee, South Africans should never forget who started this madness and who should sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other province? Thank you.
Yes, Gauteng.
Okay, Gauteng, Ambassador.
Chairperson, the July unrest has had a devastating impact on businesses, industry, infrastructure, and our economy. It gave us a rude awakening of what lies ahead should we not respond to the structural challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We witnessed the destructions of businesses and livelihoods, as well as the loss of life. The impact of this unrest will be felt for the longest time. We need to strengthen our law enforcement to capacitate them to be proactive and preemptively respond to any threats of sabotage and violence that lay and be fueled by whatever cause. We, however, wish to applaud them for the swift response that they undertook to quell the violence. We call upon the National Prosecuting Authority to work with the South African Police Service to be thorough in its investigations and to hold the perpetrators of this economic sabotage to account. The oversight visits to KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng has given first-hand experience of the practical effects of the unrest within the short period. Thousands of people lost their jobs. The total damage caused to infrastructure and businesses sits at about 50 billion. The most disheartening is the loss of livelihoods of informal traders who may not be able to get financial support that formal businesses obtain from government and its development financing institutions. Livelihoods have been adversely affected. It is estimated that each person that has been employed supported 6 to 7 people in their own family. The extent of loss is therefore significantly greater than the number of jobs lost. We should never allow this to happen again. We welcome the implementation of the post-unrest business recovery and unemployment that was done, which allocated more than 1.5 billion to businesses affected in the unrest. This has assisted many businesses to start trading again, although not at optimal levels. These are critical interventions which we appreciate from the ANC-led government. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Tango. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyayixhasa report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Gauteng in support of the report, Chairperson.
Thank you. KwaZulu Natal?
KwaZulu Natal iyayeseka sihlahla report baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo?
Limpopo support the report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the 11th order, consideration of the special joint oversight visit report to KwaZulu-Natal Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, and the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I'll now call upon Honourable Modise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, to present the committee report. Honourable Modise.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. It was on the 9th of August when the Select Committee, together with the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform, Rural Development, Agriculture, and Mineral and Energy, visited to KwaZulu-Natal. During that time, the country has, in the second week of July 2021, experienced unprecedented level of unrest and destruction of public and private property. Coupled with the violence and looting of the public private property, despite the fact that this act of violence started in KwaZulu-Natal and spread to part of Gauteng, they have a socio-economic impact through the country. The unrest, which involved violence, protest, looting, has a negative consequences for some farmers and agribusiness. Therefore, the objective of the committee to visit KwaZulu-Natal, it was to ascertain the extent to which the unrest has impacted on agricultural and agro-processing value chain, agro-logistics, and damage of relevant infrastructure. Assess the impact of unrest on the agricultural supply chain and food availability. Assess the impact of the unrest on current and future employment in agriculture and agro-processing sector. On the plans to address the resulting impact and relevant infrastructure damaged. Identify strength and weakness as well as the complicity among the different spheres of government, including the implication of policy intervention. During that time, the delegation make observations. The committee delegation made the following observation during the oversight visit. Lack of agency as on part of the provincial department, as 4 weeks after the unrest, the district reported that they have submitted the report of the impact of the unrest, including the requirements intervention to the provincial department, which has highlighted budgetary constraint despite the declaration of the state of disaster in the province on the 29th of July 2021. The slow pace of intervention and lack of liaison and direct communication with the affected farmers by the district while they are waiting for the decision from their principal. Appreciation of the Ilimbembe district that has timely distributed all availability production inputs to the intent household for 1 hectare, 1 household food security program. While it is also reported that the province with a specific figure of how the district will need to assist affected farmers across all the commodities. With the exception of house sugar mill, minimal or no specific role is played by the other sugar milling company in assisting small-scale growers for the coming planting season, while others are waiting for government intervention. In addition, no other avenue have been explored by mills on use of sugarcane, those quality and deteriorated processing in order to assist small-scale farmers. The committee make the recommendation to ensure that the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture, Rural Development made use of the opportunity that is availed by the declaration of the state disaster in the province to make budgetary adjustment in order to fast-track assisting to affect the farmers in the province, particularly small farmers, including those who have been visited by the delegation, namely Makumbo, Idwala, and Siyamudumisa farm. Ensure that KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development develop an action plan with specific detail and timelessly on how affected farmers will be assisted in the immediate term in the future to save livelihood and prevent further job losses. Engage with the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperation to address the slow pace of transformation and require legislation revived in the sugarcane and sugar milling sector, including discussion on the implementation of the Sugar Master Plan that is meant to address some of the challenges. Investigate the plight of the 160-hectare farmers that was handed over by the Department of Rural Development for the land redistribution by the Chase farmers in 2013 near Eshowe in King Edwayo District Municipality, and submitted the report to Parliament. Training and support of small-scale sugarcane farmers in improving the sugarcane quality, while other farm through option, field and water management practice to increase chance of accepting for milling. Increasing allocation and flexibility of delivery of sugarcane is needed for small-scale sugarcane grower. Small-scale farmers should be educated on the benefit of creating a joint cooperative for delivery to the mill, of which can be important to reduce cost of inputs through bulk buying and field management operation, and reduce reliance of a contractor for harvesting and transporting. Explore other value adding of sugarcane, a part of sugar production to enable for cane that doesn't mean milling quality to be used for production or other production, such as fertilizer production and animal feed. Therefore, the Joint Committee requested the House to support this report. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Modise. Honourable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I'll now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation will indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyayixhasa report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng? Thank you. KwaZulu Natal?
iKwaZulu Natal iyayeseka sihlalo i-report baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo? Limpopo?
Limpopo support the report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports the report.
Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you. Honourable delegates, we shall now proceed to the 12th order. Consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice.
oversight in terms of mitigating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the recent public violence, looting and destruction of property, with a particular focus on KwaZulu-Natal region, and the oversight visit to Umzinto Correctional Center in KwaZulu-Natal province on the 19th of August 2021, dated the 1st of September 2021. I now call upon Honourable Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings to honourable members. Honourable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice conducted oversight in the KwaZulu-Natal province from the 13th to the 19th of August 2021 under the council theme of mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent public violence, looting and destruction of property during the civil unrest over the period 9 to 18 July 2021. The committee met with the South African Police Services and the KZN MEC of the Department of Transport, Community and Liaison, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Department of Correctional Services, and visited the Umzinto Correctional Center, where a fire broke out and there was infrastructure damage. Honourable Chairperson, the details of the briefings, the challenges identified by departments and entities, and the committee observations are contained in the committee report. However, House Chair, with regard to the South African Police Services, the committee recommendations include that the SAPS, in addition to ensuring that it has adequate resources in the future to address any event of this magnitude, should improve its public order policing capacity within the province and ensure effective training to all public order policing members. SAPS should ensure that police stations are sufficiently resourced and that effective training is rolled out to police officers at police stations. SAPS should strengthen its relationship with CPFs, community policing forums, to ensure effective cooperation in crime-fighting efforts within communities. SAPS should furnish the committee with, firstly, the report on the investigation into the stolen ammunition being conducted by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, and the detailed report after conclusion of its investigations into the unrest within the two provinces. SAPS should continue to strengthen its working relationship with the National Prosecuting Authority and with the JCPS cluster as a whole. The KwaZulu-Natal MEC should ensure that the Peace Committee operates effectively to restore social cohesion within communities affected by the unrest. Honourable Chairperson, with regard to the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, the committee recommendations include that IPID should work closely with SAPS and the Department of Health to address the delays in forensics. IPID should communicate with SAPS and the NPA to address any challenges in relation to the investigation of cases. IPID should, upon conclusion of its investigations, furnish the committee with an updated report on the recommendations made by IPID and the actions undertaken in respect thereof. The committee encouraged IPID to work closely with the relevant departments within the JCPS cluster to strengthen and foster relationships and ensure the successes of their investigations. Honourable Chairperson, with regard to the National Prosecuting Authority, the committee recommendations included that the NPA provides the committee with an update on the restorative justice cases upon finalization and any additional information through trials, guilty pleas, and fines. The NPA conducts continuous follow-ups with SAPS in respect of cases that have been struck off the court roll in order to ensure effective analysis and to address any gaps or challenges in respect of investigations. The Department of Justice has identified the need to increase engagement and coordination between SAPS, Department of Justice, and the NPA at district levels to deal with operational challenges. The committee recommended that the NPA furnishes the committee with an update on these engagements moving forward. The committee encouraged the NPA to continue to strengthen its working relationship with other departments within the JCPS cluster. Honourable Chairperson, with regard to DCS and inspection of the damage to the Umzinto Correctional Facility, the committee recommends that the Department of Correctional Services provides the committee with a detailed report with clear recommendations after it has completed its investigations into the incidents which occurred at Umzinto Correctional Center. Furthermore, the committee required a report pertaining to the death of a female correctional officer at Lukop Correctional Center to be furnished to the committee. Honourable Chairperson, in general, with regard to the COVID-19 and vaccination programs, the committee encouraged all departments to continue to implement programs aimed at raising awareness regarding the importance of COVID-19 vaccinations and to continue to implement the vaccination programs. Honourable Chairperson, the report is adopted by the Select Committee on Security and Justice, as well as ATC'd on the 1st of September 2021, and we recommend that the House adopts the report. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces to take the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, we welcome this report. However, it must be said that the riots had its origin in the ANC internal factionalism. Furthermore, it is a consequence of the ANC's failure. The members protest too much. Furthermore, it is a consequence of the ANC's failure to ensure a properly funded, functioning and capacitated security cluster that has allowed this to happen in the first place. The public should therefore not give the ANC credit for its efforts to demand through Parliament an improvement, but it should rather ask why the ANC did not ensure these things are in place over the 27 years that it has been in government. The fact is, Honourable Deputy Chair or House Chair, that the underlying issues have not gone away. In all honesty, since the local government elections of 2021 results, things have gotten worse for the ANC, especially in KZN. What will happen next time there is an attempted insurrection? Will we be better prepared? Unlikely if one looks at the various security cluster departments playing the blame game rather than introspecting for improvement. The lion's share of the blame can therefore be put squarely at the feet of the ANC. We support the report.
Thank you. Pumalanga.
Thank you very much.
On your right. Honourable Smith.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I don't know what is happening because seemingly we are having a person who's representing the ANC here whilst we are here. It's unfortunate. Honourable Chair, greetings to your good self, members of the House, fellow South Africans. We rise to support the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on its oversight terms and mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the public violence, looting and destruction of property, with a particular focus on the KwaZulu-Natal province, an oversight visit to the Umzinto Correctional Center in KwaZulu-Natal province on 19 August 2021. Honourable Chairperson, in line with the oversight duties, the Select Committee of Security and Justice conducted an oversight week under the council theme of mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the public violence, looting and destruction of property during the recent civil unrest over the period of 9 to 18 July 2021. The committee, in collaboration with the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, focusing its attention on the KwaZulu-Natal province. The committee met with the following ministries and departments. There was the National Executive and KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Executive Authority. The committee visited and inspected the damage to the Umzinto Correctional Facility. The committee received a briefing by the National Prosecuting Authority. The committee also received a briefing by the Independent Police Investigating Directorate. The committee was also briefed on each department's policy in place to curb the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee noted that the SAPS is engaging the National Prosecuting Authority regarding the cases awaiting decisions and are working on the matter. The committee also noted that a peace committee had been established and that the Department of Police was working within a 6-month period timeframe to identify programs to integrate those communities. The committee noted the commitment of the SAPS regarding stolen ammunition, which is being investigated by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. The committee also made a number of recommendations regarding the Department of Correctional Services. One, the committee emphasized the need for greater emphasis on social cohesion to ensure partnership and ownership so that everyone has the necessary capacity to address any future challenges. The progress made by the KwaZulu-Natal Division on the vaccination of inmates, we stood at 79,338, that is 63%. Honourable Chair, as the President has characterized gender-based violence as the second pandemic, the committee emphasized the need for the department to put measures in place when it comes to the safety of the female officers as they were under attack. In conclusion, as we work towards the vision of the National Development Plan, in particular Outcome 3, the committee recommends that the SAPS should continue to strengthen its working relationship with the NPA and with the JCPS cluster as a whole. Mpumalanga Province supports the report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I'll now call upon the provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, I pass a report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Gauteng in support of the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
Iyayixhasa iyayiseke futhi i-report sihlalo baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo?
Limpopo support the report, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape?
Western Cape support the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, will now proceed to the 13th and the 14th orders, consideration of the annual report of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence for the financial year ending 31st of March 2020, including the period up to December 2020, and consideration of the annual report of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence for the financial year ending the 31st of March 2020.
I now call upon Honourable Malema, member of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, to present the report. Honourable members, you can grab on the right, on the other side, on my left, there is some tea for this cold weather. Honourable Malema.
Again, let me express my gratitude to the platform accorded to me by the esteemed House Chair. Chair, allow me on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence to table before this August House today the Joint Standing Committee annual report for financial year ending the 31st of March 2020, including the period up to December 2020 to the National Council of Province. Chair, the report is tabled in accordance with Section 6 of the Oversight Act, which states that the committee shall, within 5 months after its first appointment and thereafter within 2 months after the 31st of March in each year, table in Parliament a report on the activities of the committee during the preceding year, together with its finding made by it and the recommendation it deems appropriate, and provide a copy thereof to the President and the Minister responsible for each services. Chair, the table of the contents of the report, as ATC, it covers 10 areas with its annexures. The introduction part, Chair, deals with the establishment of the committee in terms of Section 2 of the Intelligence Oversight Act, and its primary mandate is well articulated as to exercise oversight over the intelligence and counterintelligence functions of the services, including the State Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence, and also the Crime Intelligence. The report raises the commencement of the work of the committee as the 30th of October 2019, following its composition and constitution, after members of the committee underwent a vetting and acquiring top clearance certificate, which is a statutory requirement. Chair, in terms of the membership of the report, it is captured on page 2 of the report and how it is constituted. The ANC has 9 seats, the A has 3 seats, the EFF 1 seat, and all this is the members from both houses. What is also quite critical, Chair, is that this composition is followed up by the legislative mandate and also then the activities in the reporting year. The first part that the Chair has alluded to deals with the number of activities commencing with the orientation of members, where briefing was received from all the agencies. And we must report, Chair, that this report that we are presenting before the House, we are presenting it informed by the impact that the COVID pandemic had on the workings of the committee, which explains why this report in the National Assembly was tabled on the 20th of November and in the National Council of Province, we are tabling it today. So what is quite critical is just to re-emphasize the fact that we are tabling it after delays due to COVID. Similarly, with the financial report. What is also quite critical, Chairperson, reporting outside the initial five months period are the activities that the committee embarked upon, commencing with the committee meetings, where the committee had 14 meetings that were held, both in Pretoria and also in Parliament, but also specialized meeting in Pretoria, where the committee received the APP from the Inspector General of Intelligence, the APP from the state security agencies, and also a briefing on the threats posed by the insurgency in Cabo Delgado, Mozambique. But more than that, the work that is done by the Audit and Risk Committee in terms of improving corporate governance of the state security agency. But it's also quite critical is the briefing that the committee received on the update on Project Versa, which has been thoroughly canvassed in the public space. But beyond that, also share the interaction with the Staff Council and also the briefing by the crime intelligence. But more than that, Chair, I think what is quite critical is the report and the briefing that we received from the Auditor General of South Africa on the audited financial statement of the State Security Agency, on the audited financial statement of the Crime Intelligence, and on the audited financial statement of the Inspector General and the Defense Intelligence. So it is important also, just lastly, Chair, to also make reflection that the report covers certificates of activities of the officers of the OIGI, the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, upon the work that it does on a state security agency, on the crime intelligence, and on the defense intelligence. Like I indicated, there are a number of findings that the committee has made. One, in terms of the implementation of the high-level review panel implementation around the certificate of intelligence, the challenges that we are raising around the white paper on intelligence, which has to be reviewed, and also the stability, particularly at the level of senior management in the State Security Agency Department, but also threats around the incomplete work of Project Versa, the need to ensure that dispute resolution mechanism are dealt with so that we are then able to ensure that there is stability. But beyond that, I think what is quite critical are recommendations that the committee is making on page 27 and all that are captured. And lastly, Chair, as I indicated that for the ease of reference of members, there are also annexures that speaks to the report on the interception of private communications, the report on the Auditor General to Parliament, on all those agencies. I thank you, Chair. I table the report for adoption.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Wang. Honourable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 13th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 13th order, consideration of the annual report of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence for the financial year ending 31st of March 2020, including the period up to December 2020. I shall now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyayeseka report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Gauteng in support of the report, Chairperson.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
iKwaZulu-Natal iyayixhasa phindiseke sihlalo report baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo?
Limpopo le a amogela report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Northwest.
Northwest iya amogela modulasetulo.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, I'll now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 14th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 14th order, consideration of the annual report of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence for the financial year ending 31st of March 2020, including the period up to December 2020. I'll now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyayamkela i-report.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State support the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support of the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
IKwaZulu-Natal iyayivuma i-report sihlahla.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo liyayithekha report ena.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Bokoni bophirima ba e amogela report.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates will now proceed to the 15th and 16th orders, consideration of delegation reports adopted by the Parliamentary Group on International Relations, PGIR, on the 14th of May 2021, and consideration of the report of the South African Parliamentary Delegation on the virtual attendance of parliamentary leadership for the 2030 Agenda Webinar Series, Climate Leadership, Preparation for COP26, 22nd of March 2021. I call upon Honourable Ngwenya, House Chairperson, Member Support and International Relations to present the committee report. Mama, Honourable Ngwenya, House Chairperson.
Thanks, House Chairperson, Chairperson and Deputy Chair of the NSOP, House Chairperson Honourable Nyambi, Chief Whip of the NSOP Honourable Mohai, Permanent and Special Delegate to the NSOP, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I raise to table a report for the consideration by the House for adoption. The report is about the South Africa Parliament delegation, which attend a virtual meeting on parliamentary leadership for the 2030 Agenda Webinar Series on climate leadership. The virtual meeting took place on the 22 March 2021, and in purpose was to prepare for the Unite National COP26 Conference on Climate Change, which took place recently in Glasgow, Scotland, from 31 October 20
to 14 November 2021. Honorable House Chair, we are meeting today at the very benefited time. You'll remember that yesterday, on the 13th December, we marked the 31 year since the return to South Africa of the late former president of the African National Congress, Oliver Tambo. President Tambo returned to South Africa on 13 November 1990 after he went to exile for 30 years. Honorable members, you'll agree with me that President Tambo, because a link between the oppressed masses of our people and democracy, as well as peace-loving people of the world. In essence, our public diplomacy was shaped by President OR, who sought and maintained international support for our struggle through the world. Honorable House Chair, participation in the Weber activists on climate leadership, iParliament lethu lizama ukukhuthaza kanye nokwenza lula ukwakhiwa kwezinhlaka zokubusa ngentando yeningi ukuze kwakhiwe ubudlelwane nobuhlakani ezindabeni ezine insikelelo efanele kanye nokukhuthazwa umgomo wokusetshenziswa phakathi kwezizwe zobubangi ngokuhambisana nezinselelo phakathi kwamazwe omhlaba ikakhulu namazwe asathuthuka jikelele. To this end, our Parliament has enhanced its international participation to include a broad set of platforms that discuss a wide array of challenges facing the global. The participation of our Parliament delegation on the visual meeting on the 22nd March, which presided the COP26, had confirmed our willingness to deepen engagement in international fora. I therefore wish to underscore that our international relation engagement seek to address the tribe challenges of poverty, unemployment, and equity as identified in the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. In this regard, parliamentarians have the responsibility to protect their citizens from the threats of climate change to ensure a sustainable future. Honourable House Chairperson, our Parliament stayed sending and participating in the United Nations Conference on Climate Change since November 2009, when COP15 was held in Denmark in Copenhagen. And since 2009, our Parliament has been consistent in attending the United Nations Climate Change Conference, which is held annually. According to the report of our parliamentary delegation, climate change poses one of the greatest challenges to South Africa, especially in terms of the efforts needed to arrest it by reducing emission and adapting to its impact. This report indicates that talking climate change has far-reaching implication for socio-economic development, for production and co-subscription partners, and hence for employment and income levels and poverty reduction. Ngiyavumelana nombiko uma uthi iningizimu Afrika iyigcini nje ngokuba yisisulu semithelela yokugqugquzela kwesimo sezulu, kodwa futhi inegalelo elikhulu lalolu hlelo ngenxa yezinga eliphezulu lentuthu engcolisa umoya. Honourable members, during a Weber meeting held in March, whose focus was on climate leadership and preparing for COP26, it was mentioned that it is critical that the government and legislator in their respective countries around the world should now focus on climate change and delivery. Parliament play a crucial role in designing and adopting the necessary policies and laws and holding government accountable for delivery on the plans agreement. Its aims are to keep the rise in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. It also adopts a bottom-up approach where countries themselves decided by how much they will reduce their emission by a certain year. The key role in approving laws and budgets are important in addressing the climate crisis. Honourable members, following the attendance and participation of our parliamentary delegation to the Weber, the delegation has produced a report which enhances the role Parliament in climate as an oversight body to the execute. The delegation made the following recommendation. The Parliament should establish a formal structure for oversight climate change action undertaken by the executive branch of government in Parliament, give the cross-cutting nature of climate change. Alternative and independent body of expected can be established outside the executive and Parliament to oversee climate action and advise successful and cost-effectively undertaken destruction to a low carbon economy by 2050. The National Climate Change Bill provides an unique opportunity to formalize the establishment of such structures. I might be appropriate for South Africa to learn from the rationale and function of the decision colors of the climate change, whose instruction to a lower carbon society can be done in a cost-effective manner in order to obtain very low greenhouse gas emission while maintaining welfare and development. There is also an opportunity for us to draw from the UK as Climate Change Committee, which is an independent statutory body establishing under the Climate Change Act 2008. It aimed to advise the UK and develop the government a motion target and the report to Parliament on progress made in reducing greenhouse gas emission and preparing our and adapting to the impact of the climate change. The Parliament delegation has made an observation that the current oversight of the climate action in government is not effective. There is a need to strengthen our oversight role in climate action in government. Honourable members, as I have indicated in my introduction, the purpose of this webinar meeting was to prepare and assist our Parliament delegation that had to attend the COP26 Climate Change Conference in November 2021. Amongst the parliamentary delegation that formed part for COP26 from the NSOP, we were represented by House Chairperson Honourable Nyambi and Honourable Modise, who is the Chairperson of the Select Committee of Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resource and Energy. The recommendation made by the March webinar on the climate change leadership have indeed empowered and capacitated our parliamentary delegation to make a sound and a meaningful contribution during the proceeding of COP26 on climate change. In concluding, House Chair, it is important to mention that delegation report that I am tabling to this House has already been tabled to the PGIR meeting, which took place on the 27th August 2021. The PGIR is a parliamentary group international relation, which according to the joint rules of Parliament is responsible to oversee the activities and the participation of Parliament in international relations. The PGIR is co-chaired by House Chairperson responsible for international relations, Honourable Winnie Ngwenya of NCOP and Honourable Ntombela of NA. The report has also appeared
Honourable
to the official
Ngwenya,
public.
I've been allowing the in conclusion.
Okay.
Can you conclude?
The official publication of Parliament notes as announcement tabling and the committee report debate of September 2021, and it is on the basis of appearance to the act that the House today is considering for its adoption. Honourable members, with this regard, I respect his House to support this report. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chair Mengwenya. Honorable delegates, I now put the question in respect of the 15th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 15th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 15th order, consideration of the delegation reports adopted by the Parliamentary Group on International Relations, PGIR, on the 14th of May 2021. I call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, a report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State support the report.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayixhasa i-report sihlalo baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo?
Limpopo layithekha report ena.
Thank you. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest iyayamukela mdula situlo.
Thank you. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, I now put the question in respect of the 16th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 16th order, I will allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 16th order, consideration of the report of the South African parliamentary delegation on the virtual attendance of parliamentary leadership for the 2030 Agenda Webinar Series, Climate Leadership Preparation for a COP26, 22nd of March 2021. I'll now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, iyayamkela i-report.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State support the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlala i-report baba.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo liyayiamukela report le buhloko.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Ukonimbu pirima bwaya mokela mudula stulo.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates will now proceed to the 17th, 18th, and 19th orders. Consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, reports 3rd of December 2021, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's performance in the first quarter of 2021-22, dated 26 November 2021, consideration of the report of Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, report Parliament of the Report of South Africa's draft annual performance plan for 2022-23, dated 26 November 2021, and the consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, 2020-2021 annual report dated 26th of November 2021. I now call upon Honourable DG Mahlangu, co-chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, to present the committee report. Honourable Mahlangu. It's your last one. Out of all your report you prepared for today, it's your last one for today.
Honourable Chairperson, House Chairperson, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable members, fellow South Africans, Tumelang. I would like to take this opportunity to present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on the Parliament's performance in Q1 of 2021-2022 financial year. Chairperson, Parliament performed its activities in the first quarter of 2021-22 financial year during the lockdown adjusted level 4. Therefore, some plenary and committee activities remained visual. The committee has made the following observations. In the first quarter of 2021-22 financial year, 12 performance indicators measured, of which 9 performance indicators were new in the APP of 2021-22 financial year. 3 performance indicators originates from the APP of the previous financial year. All the new performance indicators developed a measure to measure the satisfaction of members of Parliament with the support offered to them. Out of 12 targets set in the APP for 2021-22 financial year, 11 performance indicators measured are achieved. The Speakers Forum has approved the establishment of the Parliamentary Institute for Legislative Sector for building capacity through training, development, and research. The research conceptualizing and scoping, as well as the funding model and governance of the Parliamentary Institute for the Legislative Sector approved. The committee, Honourable House Chairperson, is concerned that Parliament bids for its annual budget like the national departments, of which Parliament is a separate arm of the state, which should not be treated like the departments when bidding for the annual budget, which are part of the executive. The reliance of the executive for bidding Parliament annual budget may weaken Parliament's oversight over the executive. The committee supports the efforts to increase public participation in Parliament activities that ensure that more people have access to information about Parliament through television, radio, and social media, which will contribute to the objective of Parliament in relation to the public participation. However, Honourable Chairperson, Parliament had not yet achieved the concerns of the committee about televising Parliament business on a pay-to-view channel. While the committee welcomes the move to a member-centered performance evaluation system, however, the detail of how the system will work in practice, the committee remained concerned about the fact that Program 3 will receive a substantial allocation and includes members' facility, yet performance is in respect of this program will not be measured. The OISD, the PBO, TAO, and LSS will report directly to the executive authority. However, the APP has no performance indicators to measure the performance of these offices. Honourable House Chair, excuse me, we welcome the appointment of the directors of the PBO and the TAO offices. However, we remain concerned about the long delay in filling the position of the Secretary to Parliament, Chief Financial Officer, and the Chief Audit Executive. It is not acceptable that the Parliament remains with a number of vacancies on key leadership positions, as this has potential to result to instability. The following recommendations were made by the committee after several deliberations. The committee has the following recommendations to the Executive Authority. Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, hope he hears this. The Executive Authority to respond within 30 days subsequent the adoption of the Q1 report of 2021-22 financial year by both houses. The committee should be provided with the detail of the new way of managing performance by giving more details in relation to reliability, usefulness, accessibility, and timeless as to how they are measured and how the new method impacts the existing performance management system. The committee, Honourable Chairperson and members, recommends that it should be provided with the rationale for having included members' facility under Program 3 and give reasons for not having performance indicators under this program in relation to the performance of members' facility. The committee recommends that clarity should be provided as to how the impact of the office of the PBO, OISD, and TAO, which are funded, will their performance be measured and where they will account for their performance and expenditure. Honourable Chairperson, the committee recommends that it should be provided with an explanation for the delay in the referral of the PBO's business plan and budget estimates. Furthermore, the executive authority should ensure that the planning and budget information is referred for processing by the relevant oversight committee to ensure that public funds are properly accounted for. Honourable Chairperson, the committee should receive a detailed report on the reasons for the long delay in filling the position of the Secretary to Parliament, CFO, CAE, as well as the measures that have been put in place to fill them before the end of the 2021-22 financial year. The committee, Honourable Chairperson, recommends that the challenge around the allocation of Parliament budget should be addressed as a matter of urgency and consider Parliament status as a separate arm of state and constitutional obligation to perform oversight over the executive. Every avenue should be pursued to ensure that the majority of citizens have access to information about parliamentary committees, meetings, and plenaries. Therefore, parliamentary meetings should not be aired on pay-to-view channels, but should be broadcasted on the national broadcasting platform. For the sake of the poor, the committee should receive a detailed brief on the new broadcast studio, particularly how it was funded and its expected impact and the cost of operating it over the next 3 years. Honourable House Chair, these are observations and recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament presented to this August House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Masango. Thank you. Thank you. Honourable delegates, I now put the question in respect of the 17th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 17th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 17th order, consideration of the report of Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. I'll call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, I am Kelly report.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State support the report.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Support the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlalo i-report baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo?
Limpopo iyayamukela report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest support report, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape?
Supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you. Honourable delegates, I now put the question in respect of the 18th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 18th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 18th order, consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament. Parliament of the Republic of South Africa Draft Annual Performance Plan for 2022-23, dated 26 November 2021. I'll call upon provinces to cast their vote. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, iyayamkela.
Free State.
Free State supports.
Gauteng.
Gauteng support.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal iyayeseka sihlalo report baba.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Koni buprima ya yamogela modulasetulo.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you. Honourable delegates, I now put question in respect of the 19th order. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting on the 19th order, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the 19th order, consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, Parliament of this Republic of South Africa 2020-2021 annual report dated 26 November. I call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape. Thank you. Free State.
Free State supports.
Thank you. Gauteng. Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal iyayixhasa sihlalo baba report.
Thank you, Mama. Limpopo.
Limpopo iyayithekha report ena.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Bokoni buprima ya yamogela ka diatla tsopedi.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we now proceed to the 20th order, consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment and Labor, jointly with the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works, Infrastructure at the City of Cape Town and the West Coast District in Western Cape Province, dated 7 December 2021. I now call upon Honourable Dango, member of the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, to present the committee report. Honourable Dango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the report is 45 pages, and I present it on behalf of Honourable Chaim. We'll focus upon the observations and the resolutions because I will not get through 45 pages. The Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment, and Labor, jointly with the Select Committee on Public Service and Administration and Public Works and Infrastructure, had taken an oversight visit to Cape Town and the West Coast District Municipality in the Western Province from the 17th to the 20th of August 2021. The global financial crisis during 2008 and 2009 had a severe impact on the economy of South Africa, which also affected the Cape Metro and the West Coast District's economy. Since COVID-19 reached South Africa and the Western Cape, the economic effects of the pandemic and the resulting lockdown are still being felt, particularly by the most vulnerable groups. Many people still live in poverty and are without jobs. Inequality is worsening. The economy is not growing as expected. Unemployment and poverty remain the highest risks. The consistent with vulnerability, including poverty and unemployment, limited access to healthcare and population density, the following areas are the most vulnerable: Guguletu, Kailicha, Mitchell's Plain, Makassar, and Dunoon. These areas are in most need of economic opportunities. This can be extended to the vulnerable communities in the West Coast District. These areas need high quality education and healthcare, and most importantly, economic opportunities. Chairman, the oversight visit to the Western Cape has demonstrated a need for government and its development partners to rapidly implement the economic reconstruction and recovery plan to attempt to realize the National Development Plan's strategic goals. In order to realize the national policy agenda, the development programs must be implemented rapidly and in a manner that is just and equitable. There must be fairness in distribution of resources. Chairperson, we are highlighting today, like many government policy strategic documents, that one of the core challenges is the South African economy, is the disparity between provincial economies and within provinces, regions, and cities. Larger cities and towns are growing faster than small regions and towns, and the key to reduce the disparities between the larger cities and towns. These inequalities were also clearly demonstrated during the oversight visit to Cape Town and the West Coast municipality. Chairperson, there's a need to find sustainable solutions to improve economic governance at a local level, to address the imbalances between regions and within regions. Partnerships between government at all levels with the private sector should be strengthened to drive economic development. Coordination at all spheres of government, including development agencies, in partnership with the private sector in implementing economic development initiatives should be supported and cemented. In order to fully gain the benefits of all developmental programs, such as SEZs and industrial parks, all sectors and departments in energy, transport, roads, public infrastructure, water and sanitation, and SOEs need to allocate resources in a more strategic manner to strengthen and enhance the growth of SEZs in industrial parks. Chairperson, while the Western Cape did not suffer the economic from the inactivity as a result of the violent unrest that crippled Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, economic and business activity was affected. It suffered due to violent taxi conflict that happened in the city of Cape Town. The taxi violence has hampered some of the business operations and put jobs of many people, particularly from the vulnerable groups, at risk. In an attempt to restore and rebuild the economy, we need to redouble our efforts in reviving the formal and informal business industry. We need to find sustainable solutions to tackle the needs of the informal sector. The sector has been overlooked. The importance of the informal economy is now gaining more attention as a strategic sector that could support South Africa, including provincial and local economies, to become more inclusive. Investor and business confidence in the country remains low. This has the potential to affect investments in critical strategic sectors identified as having the potential to drive an inclusive economic agenda. We must support initiatives that promote investment in strategic sectors, including investment that will boost skills to support strategic catalytic economic projects. Chairperson, we support initiatives that will strengthen partnerships with higher education institutions, including research institutes that invest in research and development to support science and innovation. We support the initiative of the national government and support demonstrated by the Western Cape government to invest in the growth of the BioVac. This will add to government efforts to build and enhance the growth of the pharmaceutical industry, further to boost government efforts to build a healthy nation. Chairperson, there is a need to find sustainable solutions to improve economic governance at the local level, to address imbalances between regions and within regions. Partnerships between government at all levels with the private sector should be strengthened to drive regional economic development. Coordination at all spheres of government, including development agencies, in partnership with such a private sector implementing economic development initiatives, should be supported and cemented. In order to fully gain the benefits of developmental programs such as SEZs and industrial parks, all sector departments in energy, transport, roads, public infrastructure, water and sanitation, and SOEs need to allocate resources in a more strategic manner to strengthen and enhance the growth of the SEZs and the industrial parks. Chairperson, while the Western Cape province did not suffer the economic inactivity as a result of the violent unrest that crippled KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, economic and business activity did suffer. In an attempt to restore and rebuild the economy, we need to redouble our efforts in reviving the informal sector and informal business. We support the initiative of the national government and support demonstrated by the Western Cape government in trying to harmonize between the three spheres of government to bring about more development. The spatial mismatch with disconnections between people, skills, and investment is persisting the legacy of apartheid, and the inadequate coordination of development planning policies resulting in transport inefficiencies, long-term travel distances, and high travel costs for the poor. The development path needs to be reversed.
As you conclude, Honourable Dango.
As I conclude, Honourable Chairperson, I urge the House to support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Dango. Thank you, Honourable Delegates. I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. Western Cape.
Chair, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Members, afford me the opportunity in congratulating the City of Cape Town and the West Coast District Municipality in putting together an exemplary oversight as requested by the Select Committee of the NCOP on Trade and Industry and Competition, Small Business Development, Employment and Labour and Tourism, and the Select Committee of Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure. I am of the opinion that the committee members who were part of the delegation could find little to fault, as the City of Cape Town had already developed an inclusive economic growth strategy and economic recovery plan. This will assist in building a business-friendly environment, enabling firms to grow and create jobs, whilst adapting to market changes and to further empower individuals to be economically active and socially mobile. Furthermore, it was reassuring to learn and experience the positive attitude of the West Coast District Municipality with regards to the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone, Blue Sapphire Pools, and the West Coast National Park. It has therefore been proven that the success of all these businesses is due to the great partnerships already cemented with the Western Cape Department of Economic Development and Tourism, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Competition, Ministry of the Public Enterprises, Small Business Development, and the Ministry of Higher Education to deliver better and concrete results. It is this beacon of hope that all municipalities should follow on the path of regeneration and sustainable growth after decades of mismanagement and neglect. I thank you.
Thank you. We shall now proceed to voting on the question.
Honourable Moshodu, Free State Chairperson.
Honourable Moshodu, Free State.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Allow me to speak without my video because of the weather. The city of Cape Town is the most important economic driver in the Western Cape province and a significant source of the national growth. The third largest contributor to the national gross domestic product is Cape Town. However, economy and social disparities are quite evident within the province. Poverty and unemployment is the most prevalent areas like Guguletu, Khayelitsha, Misha's Play, Makaza, and Dinon. Greater emphasis and intervention is needed within this area to create economic opportunity for our people, Honourable House Chair. The DA in the Western Cape must stop its anti-poor and swart gevaar posturing and service our poor African people in the areas. Building communities' trust is a serious difficulty. To address the trust gap, the city of Cape Town will need to work more closely with all communities, particularly African population. Furthermore, in order to achieve an inclusive economic recovery strategy, the city of Cape Town will need to cooperate more closely with all three sectors of government, communities and cooperative sector. For the city to succeed, all population, particularly vulnerable groups like women, youth, and persons with disability must benefit. Development should not be reserved for the elite as currently in the case in the city. The taxi conflict in Cape Town has put some business and job, particularly those of the working class, in trouble. The transport system is faced with capacity constraints that need to be tackled. The rail infrastructure is declining and the road transport is experiencing congestion. The city needs to improve its public transportation system with serve 4.6 million people, particularly my city bus service, which serve the poor and the working class. The failure of the city of Cape Town is spent 1.3 billion on this service to tackle the constraint brought about. The challenge in public transport is unequitable and unjustifiable. We call on the city of Cape Town to prioritize the need of African people. I thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I'll now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, abstain, or against. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape support the report.
Free State.
Free State supports the report.
Gauteng.
Gauteng supports the report.
KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal yayeseka sihlala report.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga stem sum.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
Northwest support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Supports the report.
Thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 21st order. Consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, African Charter on Statistics to Parliament for ratification, signing, and deposit of the instrument dated 8 December 2021. I call on Honorable Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Honorable Shaik.
Very much. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to your good self. Greetings, honorable members. Honorable members, the African Charter on Statistics, tabled on the 2nd of December 2020 by the Minister in the Presidency, was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice for consideration and report. The African Charter on Statistics was adopted at the 11th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the 3rd of February 2009. The purpose of this historical step by the Executive Council of the African Union was to address the huge gaps that still existed between the supply and demand for statistical information needed for development and for the African integration agenda. Following the endorsement of the Charter, the strategy for the harmonization of statistics in Africa was adopted. Honorable Chair, the African Charter on Statistics was tabled by the Minister in the Presidency in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution, an international agreement binds the Republic only after it has been approved by resolution in both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, unless it is an agreement referred to in subsection 3. In addition, the request for the tabling of the African Charter on Statistics in Parliament for ratification, signing, and depositing it with the African Union is done in terms of Section 231, subsection 4 of the Constitution. That is, any international agreement becomes law in the Republic when it is enacted into law by national legislation, but a self-executing provision of an agreement that has been approved by Parliament is law in the Republic unless it is inconsistent with the Constitution or an Act of Parliament. The African Charter on Statistics does not contain any self-executing provisions that will become law in the Republic in terms of Section 231, subsection 4 of the Constitution. Honorable Chair, the House should also note that in the process leading up to the tabling of the Charter in Parliament, a legal opinion and support on signing and ratification was obtained from the state law advisors of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the Charter's consistency with domestic law. Furthermore, a legal opinion and support on signing and ratification was obtained from the Chief State Law Advisors at DERCO on the Charter's consistency with international law and South Africa's international obligations. Honorable Chair, the African Charter on Statistics is a regional legal instrument which defines the principles governing the activity of the institutions in charge of collecting, producing, disseminating, and analyzing public statistics, and the ethical and professional rules of conduct of African statisticians. The Charter is aimed at strengthening the effective implementation of the United Nations Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics. The African Charter, as I said, was adopted in February 2009, but it was entered into force in February 2015. Despite the progress already achieved in statistics, there still remains a number of major challenges facing the African statistical system, particularly with regard to current and topical events such as HIV and AIDS, environment and climate change, and more recently, food and the financial crisis. Statistics are produced using methodologies that do not always reflect African realities and are not always comparable across countries. This is due to a number of constraints, including inadequate resources being allocated to statistical activities, a lack of institutional capacity, the low profile of statistics on the continent, inadequate coordination of statistical activities, and minimal consideration of African specificities in setting up international standards. Regional economic community statistical harmonization programs vary from one region to another and rarely meet the demand for harmonized statistics across the entire continent. The strategy for the harmonization of statistics in Africa is a continent-wide effort that directly responds to these challenges and supports the African integration agenda. Honourable Chair, the purpose of the African Charter is therefore to address gaps between supply and demand of statistical information needed for development and attainment of the African integration agenda. There's a need to base formulation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies on facts. The Charter further supports the production of quality statistics necessary for monitoring and evaluation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And the African Charter on Stats, together with the strategy for the harmonization of stats in Africa, are initiatives contributing to the attainment of the continental integration agenda, which is an overarching goal of African leaders. Honourable Chair, Article 4 of the Charter contains the commitment of state parties, whereas Chapter 5 of the Charter sets out the implementation and monitoring evaluation mechanisms of the Charter. Honourable Chair, on the 8th of December 2021, the Select Committee on Security and Justice received a briefing on the African Charter on Statistics. The committee was informed that South Africa has legislation in place that governs statistics, the Statistics Act, Act 6 of 1999. Furthermore, there were no financial implications associated with the signing and ratifying of the Charter. Honourable Chair, statistics plays a crucial role for governments to understand the performance of the economy towards gross domestic product, growth or stagnancy. Statistics help government to determine whether or not the labour market caters for the demand of the economy, as well as whether or not all elements of the planning systems are helping towards addressing the demands of populations and societies. The Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the request for approval by Parliament of the African Charter of Statistics table in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic, recommends that the National Council of Provinces approve the above-mentioned agreement. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Shaik. Honorable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I will allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I will now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I pass the report.
Free State, thank you.
State support the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal, yes, low report.
Thank you, Baba. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga stem sam Agbare.
Thank you.
Voorzitter.
Thank you. Badanki. Northwest.
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Weskaap ondersteun hier verslag.
Badanki. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 22nd order, consideration of the report of the Rules Committee of the Council on the 9th edition of the Rules of the National Council of Provinces. I call upon Honorable S.E. Lucas, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to present the report. Mama, Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson Papa. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, House Chairpersons of the National Council of Provinces, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, permanent and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is indeed an honor for me to be given this opportunity to table the Rules Committee report on the 9th edition of the Rules of the National Council of Provinces. I want to begin by asserting that the greatest test of our democratic project in the current dispensation is the efficacy of the legislative sector to advance outcome-based oversight. The legislative sector is facing a defining efficacy test, particularly with regards to its ability to re-engineer its institutional processes for purposes of accelerating economic recovery and development during the ongoing onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa hence affords Parliament and the NCOP the right to develop its own internal processes and rules, which must necessarily be structured in a manner taking cognizance of the acute development challenges we face as a country. Section 70 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa makes clear proclamations on the internal arrangements, proceedings and procedures of the National Council of Provinces when it asserts that, and I quote, the National Council of Provinces may A. Determine and control its internal arrangements, proceedings and procedures, and B. Make rules and orders concerning its business with due regard to representative and participatory democracy, accountability, transparency and public involvement, close quote. These are key constitutional proclamations which allow the NCOP to strengthen its internal processes and arrangements in a manner that advances participatory democracy, accountability, transparency and public involvement. Considering these constitutionally enshrined provisions in South Africa's compelling developmental context, I am of the view that the review of the NCOP rules was undertaken at a very critical time, enabling us to design our rules in a manner taking cognizance of the acute development challenges that we are currently facing as a country. This review process has enabled us to carve out a set of contextually relevant and enabling rules, which will enable the NCOP to become more effective and impact-driven in its approach. As a subcommittee, we therefore engage in a series of extensive deliberative processes going into the treasure trove of the past in order to recover the ideals that shaped our distinct and peculiar mandate as an institution. We subsequently reached consensus that the rules of the Council must be designed for the sole purpose of ensuring that our collective approach as a House is premised on accelerating the implementation of a people-centered and a people-driven developmental agenda. We further agreed that the rules must render us effectively capable to put in place the most appropriate systems of interaction with all our social partners, while also rendering us effectively capable to exercise our collective leadership roles in a manner that is informed by the distinct mandate of the Council. Most significantly, we also agreed that the rules must enable us to measure the impact of the work of the Council across its various platforms through effective tracking and monitoring mechanisms. This will allow us to measure our collective performance as the NCOP, particularly in giving effect to the policy priorities that are set out by our functional electoral mandate. To this end, we can only measure the impact of our work if we are clear on the assigned responsibilities of each of our business units and by periodically assessing whether the measures and markers that we have put in place have indeed resulted in changing the material conditions of our people. Honourable members, on the 10th of July 2019, the National Council of Provinces Rules Committee mandated the subcommittee on the review of Council rules to undertake the review of the 9th edition of the Council rules The report of the subcommittee on the proposed amendments and the new proposed rules were presented to the Rules Committee at its meeting on the 10th of December 2021. The Rules Committee, having considered the report and deliberated on it, agreed to the proposed amendments and proposals on the new rules which were made by the subcommittee. I want to underscore the fact that the amendments to the 9th edition of the NCOP rules are both extensive and well thought through. The committee has ensured that in each chapter, several rules are amended and that the current practices and conventions of the council are included in the rules. After extensive deliberations, we reached consensus to amend the functions of the permanent deputy chairperson, the House chairpersons, the chief whip, and the appointment and composition of the whippery. All of the amendments are in line with current practices and conventions of the council. The rule on leave of absence has been amended to be in line with the constitutional provision on loss of membership of the council. The rules have formalized ministerial briefings and also provided for referral of strategic plans and annual performance plans of departments to committees, since this forms part of the important work of oversight and accountability exercised by the council. The rules on notices of motions and motions without notice have also been amended to provide clarity on the format to the types of motions. The new rules on virtual and hybrid sittings of the House and committees have also been included in the rules so as to accommodate our new reality. New rules establishing a committee on finance and committee on appropriations have also been added. The rule on lapsing and resumption of proceedings on bills was also amended to deal with the lapsing of bills as well as any other business that is before the council at the time when the term of the council ends. With regards to questions to the president and deputy president, the council retains the current number of 6 questions, given that this practice has shown that it provides for equity based on proportional representation. Honourable members, I will not extrapolate verbatim, trusting that members will be provided with a copy of the amended rule book so as to familiarize themselves with the new amendments, which will serve as an important instrument to enrich the work of the council. The amendments of the rules of the council are meant to ensure that we intensify our oversight in a coherent and effective manner. I also just want to emphasize that we have agreed that we need to have a workshop to make sure that all of the members are properly equipped with the new rules. And with that said and done, I also just want to mention that the rules has been published in the ATC of the 13th of December. I would like now to take this opportunity to extend my sincere appreciation to the members of the subcommittee and the committee under the leadership of the chairperson, who made every effort to engage in a constructive battle of ideas. I would also like to extend my appreciation to the chief whip in particular, and as well as all the members of the subcommittee, but also to Advocate Pindela and his team, who worked tirelessly to enable us to table this report here today. With all of those said, I hereby table the report on the amendment of the 9th edition of the NCOP rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Mayor Lucas. Honourable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I will now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, the heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape iyayamkela i-report.
thank you. Free State,
Free State supports the report.
thank you. Gauteng,
Gauteng in favor of the report.
thank you. KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal eseka sihlalo report baba.
thank you, Mama. Limpopo,
Limpopo support the report.
thank you. Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga ivumalana nayo khulu kwamambala.
thank you. Northern Cape,
Northern Cape support the report, Honourable Chairperson.
thank you. Northwest,
Bokoni bophirima bo a e amogela modulasetulo.
thank you. Western Cape,
Supports the report.
thank you. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution.
Thank you.
Honorable members, before, let me allow the Honorable Chief Whip to make a statement. Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mohai.
Thank you, House Chair, Honorable Nyambe. I just want to make an appeal to members to prioritize the business of the council and make sure that their videos are on and at all times when they address the chairperson or the council. This request has been made repeatedly by the chairperson of the House, Honorable Masondo. And it's time really that members do appreciate that this is significant with regard to the decorum of our House. Tomorrow, we want to appeal that we need to see members when they address the House, the Council, not in their cars, not in public places, but members should take positions that are appropriate, that they are part of the House. We can no longer tolerate the behavior where members speak to the House anonymous, that cannot be traced, or rather be in a manner that is consistent with the decorum of this House. I really want to make that appeal, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Straight and to the point. It's ampling what has been said many times by the chair of the council, Tate Masondo, and all other presiding officers. Honorable delegates, allow me to take this opportunity to thank MECs, all special delegates, SALGA representatives for availing themselves, your good selves, honorable members, for availing yourself for this very important plenary. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
See you tomorrow.
Recording stopped.